Chapter 1: Shadows of Wrenhaven. Under the watchful gaze of a clear midday sky, Aelaric Wrenhaven lunged forward, his practiced sword slicing through the air with a resolve that belied the lingering shadow of doubt in his heart. In the training courtyard, the clang of steel rang out, harmonizing with the distant call of seabirds, while Sir Tristan Blackwood stood unwavering, a stalwart figure of experience guiding the young lord through the intricacies of combat with both authority and patience. "Keep your guard up, Aelaric," Sir Tristan called, his voice a mix of encouragement and sternness as the young lord overextended himself, his footwork faltering for a split second. The sunlight flickered against the well-worn blade, a bright sheen that seemed to mock the uncertainty swirling within Aelaric's mind. He nodded, eyes narrowing with concentration, tightening his grip on the hilt. With renewed determination, Aelaric steadied himself, lifting his chin and feigning a smirk. He charged forward again, blade glinting with promise as he aimed for Tristan's right flank. But his mentor was ready, fluidly stepping aside and guiding the edge of Aelaric's sword away. Their blades clashed, a metallic ring that echoed through the stone courtyard, reverberating against the high walls lined with ivy that framed the training grounds like an ancient embrace. "Better," Tristan remarked, a glimmer of approval in his steely grey eyes. "But your footwork, lad. It must match your strikes." He stepped closer, their shoulders brushing for a brief moment, and Aelaric felt the weight of that guidance pressing on him, a gentle push towards the excellence he desperately sought. Breathless, Aelaric tried to mask his apprehension with a quick grin, channeling all his youthful vigor into the next thrust. "I'll do better," he promised, though he could hear the unspoken doubts echoing in his head. Could he truly rise to the challenges before him, with his family's expectations heavy upon his shoulders? "Focus on your balance," Sir Tristan urged, moving like water around a stone as he adjusted his stance. "You have the strength, but harness it. The dance of swordplay is as much about your mind as it is about your body." He shifted his feet, demonstrating the proper placement with the kind of grace Aelaric admired. As they exchanged blows, the world around them seemed to melt away, the rustling of leaves in the gentle sea breeze, the sound of swords clashing filling the air, punctuated by the rhythmic beat of Aelaric's heart. Each swing became a question answered, each parry was an affirmation of his resolve. Yet still, self-doubt lurked just beneath the surface, whispering insecurities as he faltered. The sun beat down, illuminating Aelaric's athletic form as he pushed through his exhaustion. He recalled the stories of great heroes from his childhood, their triumphs glorified in ballads, and his heart raced with the desire to carve his own legacy into the annals of Wrenhaven. He couldn't be a shadow beneath his siblings, he had to shine in his own right. With one final determined lunge, Aelaric pressed forward with all his might, summoning every ounce of energy left within him. Their swords met once more, and the force knocked him back a step. The clang of steel accompanied the rhythm of his breath, labored yet fulfilling as he stepped back, slightly dizzy yet exhilarated by the experience. Tristan met his gaze, the corners of his mouth lifting in a hint of a smile. "Excellent, Aelaric. Each time you fight, you become stronger." Breathing heavily, Aelaric nodded, his expression shifting from strain to determination. "I can do better," he whispered, a promise to himself as much as a reflection of Sir Tristan's faith. A glimmer of hope ignited within him, and with a final nod towards his mentor, Aelaric knew he would keep training, keep pushing through every doubt until he could hold his own not just as a young lord of Wrenhaven, but as a legend in the making. The grand dining hall of Wrenhaven echoed with the soft clink of polished silver, and the muted conversations of a family bound by duty and expectation. Flickering candles cast warm light on the oak table, where fine china and carefully arranged courses displayed a semblance of prosperity, even as shadows of uncertainty loomed over them. The high ceilings and ornate tapestries whispered of past glories, and as Aelaric Wrenhaven took his seat, he felt the weight of every thread woven into the fabric of their legacy. Lady Eloin, his elder sister, sat at the head of the table, her tall figure exuding a natural authority that captivated the room. With a graceful gesture she signaled for silence, her deep blue dress reflecting the colors of their coastal heritage. "Thank you all for gathering tonight," she began, her voice measured and calm. "We find ourselves in precarious times, and our fortunes depend on a miracle." Aelaric watched her keen gaze sweep over the family members, noting the varying expressions that flitted across their faces. Concern settled heavily in the air, mingling with the aroma of roasted meats and freshly baked bread. His siblings seated nearby exchanged subtle glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of hope and trepidation. They were trapped in the liminal space between family loyalty and the fear of impending doom. The clattering of cutlery formed a backdrop to Eloin's speech, as she delved into their situation, the declining prosperity of the duchy, the whispers of unrest in the surrounding lands. Each word she chose carried weight, meant to both inform and unite, yet Aelaric sensed a trembling undercurrent of anxiety beneath her composed exterior. He could feel the pressure building within him, as he wrestled with his role in this unfolding narrative. The conversations around him felt muffled, almost distant, as Aelaric lost himself in thought. The issues at hand were more than just political, these were the dreams and futures of a family, clinging to hope like a flickering candle flame amidst the dark winds of uncertainty. The pressure of expectation thrummed in his chest, a reminder that he was not merely a participant, but a potential savior, should fate grant him the chance to rewrite their destiny. A soft whisper from a servant near the doorway caught his attention. "They say there's a prophecy about the well at the world's end." The words drifted through the air, and Alaric's heart raced as he considered the implications. The prophecy, an age-old tale of a journey leading to salvation, wrapped itself around him like a spell, blurring the line between possibility and pressure. Laughter erupted from a table at the far end, breaking Alaric's reverie. He could see the others, members of their court, glancing knowingly at each other, a ripple of nervous humor easing the weight of their discussion. Yet the fleeting laughter felt hollow, merely a thin veil draped over the tension that lay beneath the surface. As his sister's voice broke through the din again, Aelaric turned his attention back to her. "We must be vigilant," she declared, her tone sharp as she drew everyone's focus back to the critical matters at hand. "And if a journey awaits us, we will face it together." Aelaric felt his heart swell with pride for her strength, even as his mind reeled at the prospect of what was to come. Once more, Alaric's gaze drifted across the table, taking in his family, their faces revealing a tapestry of emotions. Fear danced with resolve, weariness intertwined with unyielding determination. It was a reminder of how precarious their circumstances were, and how fragile their hopes had become. As the meal continued, Aelaric could hardly touch his food, his thoughts racing like the tides that crashed against their shores. The weight of his family's expectations settled onto his shoulders, like the armor he donned during training, a constant reminder of the battles that lay ahead. How could he prove himself worthy of the legacy that surrounded him? As dessert was served, the atmosphere grew thick with unspoken words. Aelaric found himself tracing the intricate designs on his plate, losing himself in a swirl of reflections about what the future held. Each bite was a bitter reminder of his dual existence, the young lord training to wield a sword, and a brother who longed to support his family. As the evening progressed, a newfound determination bloomed within Alaric's heart. He couldn't simply remain the silent observer in his family's struggles, he had to become an active participant in shaping their fate. The prophecy, the trials ahead, it would not merely be words, they were opportunities for him to carve his name into the legacy of Wrenhaven. Aelaric glanced once more at Lady Eloin, whose unwavering poise remained as a beacon of inspiration. With the whispers of destiny surrounding him, and the promise of adventure sparking in his chest, he silently vowed to rise to the occasion. He would not just be the heir of Wrenhaven, he would be its champion. Chapter 2: The Prophecy Unveiled. As the last light of day melted into the horizon, the square of Wrenhaven thrummed with life, the scent of warm bread mingling with the sea air. Torches flared to life, casting flickering shadows that danced along cobblestones. A voice rose above the gentle hum of conversation, clear and rich like the glint of treasure beneath the waves, as a wandering bard began to weave his tale of the well at the world's end, igniting a spark of hope within Aelaric Wrenhaven's heart. The bard stood on a modest wooden crate, strumming a well-worn lute that had seen the hands of many musicians before him. His appearance was unassuming, simple clothing with patches that hinted at a life spent on the road, but his presence commanded attention. Townsfolk gathered, their faces illuminated by the warm glow of torchlight, leaning closer with each poignant note. Aelaric, standing a few paces away, felt the pull of the music deep in his chest, a melody that both soothed and ignited. "With each vision shall reveal your true destiny," the bard sang, his voice resonating with the emotion that only a traveler could convey. Alaric's blue eyes were fixed on the performer, every word striking a chord within him. The tales spun from the bard's lips were not mere stories, they held promises of redemption, of lost fortunes and forgotten glories, whispering of paths yet untaken. It was as if the very essence of his family's long-held honor clung to every note, tantalizingly close, yet so far out of reach. His fingers twitched unconsciously in rhythm with the music, betraying the restless energy that coursed through him. The song unfurled like a banner in the wind, stirring something deep within. He recalled evenings spent by the hearth with his siblings, their laughter mingling with dreams of greatness and glory. Alaric's jaw tightened as he focused intently on the bard's performance, determination flooding his veins. Could it be that the song was calling him to action? The thought invigorated him, the hopes of his lineage rising like the tide against the rocky coast. Around him the crowd swayed, some singing along to the refrain, their faces illuminated with the glow of shared dreams. At the world's end, they chimed, their voices mingling in harmonious delight. The joy in their expressions struck Aelaric, reminding him of the promise he made to restore his family's name to its former splendor. Just then, a young girl near the front clasped her hands in reverence, her eyes sparkling with wonder. "I want to find the well," she declared, a sentiment echoed by others, as laughter and excitement rippled through the gathering. Caught in the spell of the moment, Aelaric allowed himself a small smile, momentarily shedding the weight of expectation that came with being the youngest heir. The pulse of hope resonated in his heart. Perhaps the journey to the well could hold the answers he desperately sought. There was magic in the air, and for the first time in a long while the looming shadows of family legacy seemed to dance in a lighter shade, inviting him to take a step forward into the unknown. As the bard continued, his song telling of destiny intertwining with dreams, Aelaric stood poised, ready to embrace whatever the future might hold. The shadows of doubt that usually clung to him faded like the daylight, leaving only the promise of potential shimmering on the horizon. He could feel his determination solidifying, like the stars beginning to prick the darkening sky, each glimmer a reminder of what he could strive to achieve. In the midst of the crowd, the bard's final notes lingered in the air, but Aelaric felt his heart swell with purpose. As townsfolk clapped and cheered, He knew it was time for him to uncover the truths waiting beyond the well's depths. There was a world to change, and a family to honor, and he was ready to seize that moment. He lingered just a moment longer, savoring the camaraderie of the crowd, before turning away from the performance, the glimmer of possibility leading him onward. The whispers of the night embraced Wrenhaven, as Aelaric Wrenhaven slipped through the dimly lit halls of the castle, his heart thrumming with anticipation. The weight of his family's past lingered in the air like dust motes dancing in the beams of moonlight, beckoning him toward the ancient library, where secrets lay hidden within the time-worn pages of forgotten tomes. As he pushed open the heavy oak door, the scent of aged parchment and leather met him like a long-lost friend. The library was a sprawling sanctuary of knowledge, its shelves reaching high into the vaulted ceilings, filled with volumes that had withstood the passage of time. Moonlight streamed through narrow arched windows, casting ethereal light on the polished wood floors, creating a tranquil yet mystical atmosphere that made Alaric's skin prickle with excitement. He stepped inside, careful to close the door softly behind him, muffling the sounds of the world outside. It was here, in this cathedral of books, that he could find the answers to the questions swirling in his mind. The air felt charged, electric with possibility, as Aelaric wandered down the dimly lit aisles, running his fingers along the spines of dust-covered tomes. Each touch sent a shiver of anticipation through him, a reminder of all he had learned and what still lay out of reach. Then one tome drew his attention, its binding adorned with intricate silver filigree that gleamed in the moonlight, making it stand out among the other dusty volumes. He pulled it free from the shelf with care, a rush of exhilaration surging through him. The title, nearly faded, spoke of prophecies and forgotten knowledge, the sort that could change destinies. As he carefully opened the cover, brittle pages whispered secrets, revealing handwritten notes and sketches interspersed between the main text. His heart raced as he delved into the account of the well at the world's end, descriptions of its power unfurling like a grand tapestry in his mind. The words danced before him, recounting tales of visions granted and destinies revealed. "Those who dare approach shall see the truth," he murmured, breathless, as his imagination sparked with possibilities. A swell of emotion built within him. If he could unlock the well's potential, perhaps he could mend the frayed fabric of his family's honor, stitch together the torn past and present into something glorious. A shiver ran down his spine as he turned the pages with growing urgency, each revelation more tantalizing than the last. A surge of hope collided with the weight of responsibility, as he envisioned the potential futures stretched before him, some glorious, some perilous. The room seemed to close in around him, as his heart swelled with a mix of eagerness and trepidation. What awaited him at the well? What choices would shape his destiny? Just then, a slight rustle caught his attention, and he paused, heartbeat echoing in his ears. He wasn't alone. Aelaric's breath hitched as he glanced around, scanning the rows of shelves filled with shadows. Somewhere in the recesses he sensed a presence, an unsettling intuition prickling at the back of his mind. There was someone watching, hidden away in the library's embrace. He shook off the feeling, redirecting his focus back to the tome. Yet a tension lingered in the air, a thread of unease weaving through the magic of the moment. Each whispered secret held the weight of unseen eyes. He could almost feel the shadows stretching out toward him, wrapping tighter around his shoulders like an invisible cloak. It was then he understood. This knowledge could draw attention, and the desire for it could awaken forces he might not yet comprehend. Drawing a steadying breath, Aelaric turned to the last page, eager for the final insight, when the faintest movement caught his eye. There it was again, the figure lingering at the edge of the low-hanging shelves, barely visible yet impossibly present. It was cloaked in shadows, their features indistinct, but he felt a heavy certainty settling into his chest. Someone had been watching him, noting every cautious movement. His stomach tightened as realization sank in, both thrilling and terrifying, and he stood on the precipice of knowledge that could alter his fate, while in the depths of the library, an observer melted into the darkness with purpose, intent on reporting his findings to Lord Gavric Ravenshadow. Aelaric's heart raced. He was closer to understanding the depths of destiny than ever before, yet the spectre of danger hovered just beyond reach. He stepped back, mind swirling, aware that the night held more than he had initially bargained for. Chapter 3: A Fateful Decision. The grand dining hall of Wrenhaven Castle shimmered, in the flickering candlelight, where the laughter and clinking of cutlery echoed against rich wood panels. Aelaric stood at the head of the table, his heart thudding with a mix of anticipation and dread, aware of the scrutiny of his family. Today he would carve out his own path, or so he hoped, despite the uncertain tide of laughter and disbelief that washed over him like the sea against the rocky coast outside. "I am leaving to find my destiny," he announced, his voice ringing clear through the heavy air, cutting across the murmurs and shifting plates. The flickering flames illuminated his piercing blue eyes, filled with fervor and determination, the intensity of youth infusing his words with undeniable gravity. He could almost feel the weight of their gazes, assessing, calculating, disbelieving. Immediately, his elder siblings exchanged incredulous glances, their expressions a mix of surprise and amusement. Lord Gavric, with his dark, calculating eyes, leaned back with a smirk, arms folded casually. "And what grand adventure do you believe awaits you, dear brother?" he drawled, his tone thick with sarcasm. "Perhaps he thinks he'll discover treasure or tame wild beasts," Lady Eloin chimed in, arching an eyebrow with a wry smile. Her voice, though teasing, held an undercurrent of genuine concern, as if she were reluctant to stifle her brother's dreams while also aware of their absurdity. The room erupted in laughter, the sound reverberating off the walls like a playful gust of wind. Aelaric felt the heat rise to his cheeks, but he stood firm, shoulders squared against their mockery. He had expected skepticism but didn't waver, his youthful spirit flaring like a torch in the dim hall. In the face of their ridicule, Lady Eloin leaned forward, her fingers tapping nervously on the polished table, a rhythmic gesture that bespoke her apprehension. Her striking features, a mirror of their family's noble lineage, softened as concern flickered in her eyes. "Aelaric," she began, her voice losing its playful edge, "you must consider the risks. The world beyond Wrenhaven is uncertain, I know," he interjected, a sharp edge to his voice tinged with frustration. "But staying here, shackled to tradition and expectations, is a fate worse than the journey itself." He took a breath, a moment of quiet urgency passing between them. "Your ambition blinds you, brother," Gavric retorted, a mocking laugh escaping him. "Do you truly believe you're the hero of your own story? Or are you simply seeking to escape the weight of your title?" Before Aelaric could respond, Sir Tristan Blackwood stepped forward from the periphery, his broad shoulders squared, exuding an air of resolute loyalty. The veteran knight, who had earned respect in battle and wisdom through counsel, held Aelaric's gaze. "I will come with you," he stated, his tone calm and authoritative, each word carrying the weight of conviction. The room fell into a silence, all eyes turning to the knight, whose steadfast demeanor contrasted starkly with the laughter that had just echoed around them. Aelaric felt a swell of gratitude for Sir Tristan's support, but knew this journey needed to be his alone. He shook his head, his tone firm yet layered with unspoken emotions. "This journey is mine alone." Tristan's brow furrowed slightly, not in disagreement, but rather a mixture of concern and understanding. "And it is a dangerous one, my lord. Allow me to aid you in your quest." But Aelaric stood his ground, a resolute expression hardening his features. "No. This is something I must do on my own. I need to find my path, my destiny, unclouded by the shadows of expectation." The words felt like a silent declaration, one that both emboldened him and created a chasm of isolation within the familial embrace. The laughter that had once filled the hall was now replaced by an uneasy quiet, punctuated only by the subtle crackle of the flames dancing above. Alaric's heart raced, not with fear but with a sense of purpose, one that weighed heavily on his shoulders but also burned brightly within him. As the tension lingered in the air, he cast a glance at each family member. He saw the mixture of concern and disbelief etched on their faces, the profound love underscoring the playful barbs that had filled the room. He felt a pang of longing for their support, but above all, he craved the independence that this journey promised. With a final look at his siblings, the laughter now a distant memory, Aelaric straightened his back and prepared to step forward into the unknown, ready to face whatever awaited him at the well at the world's end. As the laughter of the dining hall faded into memory, Aelaric walked the quiet corridor, the cool stone walls standing as sentinels to his thoughts. The soft flicker of torches cast wavering shadows that danced along the floor, a flickering farewell from the warmth of home, as he readied himself for the uncertain journey ahead. Each step echoed in the stillness, a reminder of both the path he was leaving behind and the adventure that awaited him just beyond the castle gates. His fingers traced the fabric of his travel cloak, the woolen texture both comforting and constricting, as if it carried the weight of his decision. The flickering light revealed hints of his preparations, items carefully folded and placed within the leather satchel that hung from his shoulder, practical, yet imbued with memories of family traditions and responsibilities. He paused, surveying the chamber, one last breath taken to absorb the essence of the castle, the tang of salt in the air mingled with the fading warmth of the hearth in the hall. Just as he reached for the heavy door that led outside, a gentle voice broke through his reverie. "Aelaric," Lady Eloin said, stepping forward from the shadows of the corridor, her presence like a warm glow in the coolness of the stone. Her features softened in the light, and the usual regal composure had given way to a vulnerability that made his heart ache. "Aelaric," she repeated, voice steadier now as she crossed the distance between them, "there's something I want you to have." She moved to a side table where, amidst a collection of family relics, she found a small, intricately carved box. With steady hands she opened it, revealing a weathered compass nestled within, a family heirloom passed down through generations. "This," she began, her voice a whisper that carried both weight and tenderness, "has always been said to guide one toward the true desire." She held it out, her fingers trembling slightly, not from fear but from the emotional depth of the moment. Aelaric could see the love etched into every line of her face, alongside the worry that marred her brow. His heart swelled as he accepted the compass, the cool metal pressing against his palm grounding him even as memories surged. The compass was worn but finely crafted, the needle quivering gently, as if imbued with its own spirit. "Aloan he started, but the words faltered in his throat, caught between gratitude and the pain of impending separation. "May this light your path," she murmured, her gaze locked onto his, a silent plea hidden within her steady resolve. Aelaric knew she understood the gravity of his choice and the dangers lurking beyond the castle walls. He took a deep breath, feeling the bond between them solidify, a delicate string stretching but not breaking, connecting them across the chasm of distance and destiny. "I will carry it with me," he said, his voice filled with warmth, recognizing the heavy responsibility he bore as he ventured into the unknown. In that moment they shared a lingering glance, an exchange laden with the love of a sister and brother, laden with dreams both fulfilled and unfulfilled. Their silence was filled with unspoken words, promises, hopes, fears, binding them even as Aelaric took a step back, the corridor now echoing with the sound of his footsteps once more. He felt the compass heavy in his satchel, but it was a weight he welcomed. With it, he carried not only the hopes of his family, but also the assurance of their unwavering support, no matter the distance. As Aelaric reached the heavy door, he turned back one last time, taking in the sight of Lady Eloin, her posture poised, but her expression softened by concern. The torches flickered, casting dancing shadows against her silhouette, and he felt a surge of emotion course through him, a bittersweet wave that whispered of love and sacrifice, dreams and destinies entwined. With a final nod, he pushed the door open, stepping into the cool night air that greeted him like a long-lost friend. The path ahead lay shrouded in uncertainty, but armed with the compass and the love of his sister, he felt ready to face whatever lay beyond the horizon. Chapter 4: The Herbalist's Hut. The forest was alive, a vibrant realm where shafts of sunlight filtered through the canopy, illuminating patches of damp moss and casting playful shadows on the ground. Aelaric Wrenhaven moved through this world of whispering leaves and ancient trees, his boots sinking softly into the layers of fallen foliage that muffled his steps. Each crunch beneath him resonated with purpose, as he searched for a sign of habitation, a fleeting promise amidst the wilderness. The air was heavy with the scent of earth and life, rich and green, underlined by the faint bitterness of crushed leaves. Aelaric's piercing blue eyes darted among the twisted roots and gnarled trunks, taking in the serene beauty, while feeling a growing sense of urgency. He had left behind the expectations of court, the watchful eyes of his family bearing down on him like storm clouds, and now sought his own path. The muted rustle of branches, and the occasional call of a distant bird surrounded him, creating an orchestra of nature that hummed beneath the quiet thrum of his heart. As he moved deeper into the thicket, Aelaric felt the thrill of adventure rise within him. Every step echoed with a sense of determination, his youthful ambition pushing him onward. He was not merely the young Lord of Wrenhaven, groomed for nobility, and drenched in familial expectations. He was a seeker, a dreamer, hungry to forge his own legacy. Glancing up, he caught glimpses of sky through the intricate web of leaves above. The forest seemed to conspire with him, urging him forward. Yet even as he savored the journey, a sliver of doubt nagged at him. Would he find the mythical well at the world's end? Would the power within it be enough to restore the lost honor of his house, and revive the dwindling fortunes of Wrenhaven? The thought propelled him forward, his resolve unwavering. He rounded a bend in the trail, and stumbled upon a small clearing that took his breath away. In the center stood a hut, its weathered wooden door half ajar, exuding an air of warmth amidst the embrace of nature. Clusters of drying herbs hung from the eaves, their earthy aroma mixing with the fresh scent of moss. Aelaric approached cautiously, the hushed whispers of the trees falling silent, as if the forest itself held its breath. Sunlight danced across the clearing, illuminating the hut in a gentle glow, inviting yet foreboding. Aelaric's heart raced as he approached the entrance. He paused to take in the scene, the way the herbs swayed slightly in the breeze, and how the dirt pathway leading to the door seemed well trodden, hinting that this humble abode was more than just a random shelter. Something in him stirred, a mix of hope and anticipation. Perhaps this was the place he had been seeking, perhaps the answers lay behind that door, hidden in the mysteries of the person who resided there. Gathering himself, he raised his hand and knocked on the door. The sound echoed through the clearing, a tentative declaration of his arrival, and after a moment's pause, the door creaked open to reveal a figure framed against the warm light inside. Lira Nightshade stood with her arms crossed, her brow arched skeptically as she assessed the newcomer. Her long dark hair cascaded down her back, braided intricately yet effortlessly, hinting at both practicality and care. With piercing eyes that seemed to absorb everything, she held his gaze, and Aelaric could feel the weight of her scrutiny. "What business brings you this far into my solitude?" she asked, her voice edged with a guarded wit that danced through the air like a playful breeze. Aelaric took a moment to gather his thoughts, aware that first impressions were crucial. "I seek the well at the world's end," he replied, his voice steady despite the sudden tension. "I seek its power to restore honor and fortune to my family. The Wrenhaven duchy has seen better days." Lyra's expression shifted, the intrigue mingling with skepticism. "A noble quest," she remarked, her tone clipped but softer than before. "But you are not the only one with a need for the well. A sorcerer cursed my village and drained its life. Only the well may reverse it." As the exchange unfolded, their dialogue emerged as a carefully measured exchange. Alaric's earnest determination shone through, his warmth breaking down the initial barriers of mistrust. He couldn't help but infuse their conversation with a hint of humor, wanting to lighten the weighty atmosphere. "And here I thought the journey would be a straightforward affair, filled with friendly travelers and joyous greetings. Instead, I find myself face to face with a herbalist guarding her secrets." Lyra's lips twitched, the corner of her mouth betraying the slightest hint of amusement. It was a flicker of warmth, a potential connection forming between them. As they spoke, the forest around them resumed its quiet vigil, bearing witness to the beginnings of a reluctant partnership forged amidst shared goals and the shared burden of purpose. Finally, as their banter simmered into a measured agreement, Aelaric felt a surge of excitement. This enigmatic herbalist could prove to be a formidable ally. The world beyond the trees felt alive with possibilities, and together they would journey into the unknown, driven by their quests and perhaps the hints of a deeper bond that might yet blossom between them. Aelaric stood at the threshold of the herbalist's humble dwelling, heart pounding with a blend of eagerness and trepidation. The shadows of the forest loomed behind him, yet there was a flicker of light before him, the promise of companionship in Lira Nightshade, who regarded him with cautious curiosity. The weight of their destinies hung in the air, and within that charged silence lay the unspoken potential for change. "Well then," Aelaric began, breaking the pause that settled over them like a soft fog. "If you are truly intent on seeking the well, I think it's best we join forces. Two heads are better than one, after all." He flashed her a grin, hoping to diffuse the tension that lingered between them. Lyra regarded him with an inscrutable expression, her eyes glinting with that sharp-tongued wit. "And how do I know you won't lead me into a trap, young lord? A charming smile might disarm a naive herbalist, but I've dealt with enough wolves in noble clothing to be wary." "Fair point," he acknowledged, though amusement danced in his voice. "But consider this, we are both searching for something of immense value. Your need for the well's power is as genuine as mine. If we combine our skills, we stand a better chance against whatever obstacles may arise." She uncrossed her arms, the moment stretching between them as she weighed his words. He could see her hesitation ebbing, though the careful mask of independence still clung to her. "It seems I have little choice," she replied finally, her tone clipped yet underlined with reluctant acceptance. "Very well, but know this, trust is not easily earned with me." "Trust is a journey, not a destination," he said, his voice softening. "And I promise to take it step by step. Just don't forget, I can hold my own in a scrap if it comes to that." "Delightful." Lyra rolled her eyes, though her lips curled upwards, the hint of a smile finally breaking free. "Let's hope we don't find ourselves having to test that theory." They shared a moment of understanding, their mutual recognition of challenges ahead, shaping their newfound alliance. Yet just as quickly, a shadow passed over her features, and she resumed her guarded demeanor. "The sorcerer's curse plagues my village still," she admitted, her tone dropping to a near whisper. "You must understand, it is not just my home that I seek to save, but the people who have suffered. We will need to be careful." Aelaric nodded, his heart heavy with the weight of her confession. "I can only imagine the burden you bear. We will find a way." He sensed her sorrow, an undercurrent of pain lacing her words that drew him closer, despite the wall she had built. "Make sure your eagerness doesn't cloud your judgment," she warned, raising an eyebrow. "The path to the well is fraught with peril. It will not reveal itself lightly." "I'm counting on it," he replied, determination resurfacing like a flame rekindling. "But we'll plan our approach, and gather allies along the way. I've heard whispers of other seekers, who may have insights or might share in our quest." "Other seekers?" Lira asked, curiosity briefly breaking through her reticence. "You think they'll be helpful? Or they could be a distraction. But isn't that part of the adventure?" Aelaric said, a playful grin returning. "Plus, the more allies we have, the stronger we become. No one tackles a beast alone, right?" "That would depend on how you define beast," she replied, a flicker of laughter in her voice. Their exchange lightened the air, and with each banter, the distance between them seemed to diminish. The prospect of their shared journey ahead shimmered with unspoken possibility. What began as necessity had begun to blossom into something more profound, though neither dared articulate it just yet. With a shared nod, they stepped away from the hut, leaving the security of its threshold behind them. The forest, alive with energy, awaited them, its shadows thick with untold stories and the promise of adventure. Aelaric felt the weight of Lyra's gaze upon him as they set forth, ready to face the unknown together. As the trees enveloped them once more, he couldn't help but steal a glance at her, pondering the mysteries hidden within. And for the first time in a long while, he felt the whisper of destiny entwined in his path, binding him to this sharp-tongued, fiercely independent herbalist as they journeyed onward, two souls driven by their own quests, bound by the thread of fate and perhaps the nascent flicker of something more. Chapter 5: Lessons in Ancient Magic. As the late afternoon sun spilled through the verdant canopy, casting dappled shadows along the winding woodland path, Aelaric Wrenhaven felt a gentle exhilaration course through him. The air was rich with the scents of moss and wild herbs, a fragrant promise of discovery. Beside him walked Lira Nightshade, her tall frame moving with a grace that mirrored the quiet rustling of leaves, her enigmatic presence stirring a sense of adventure within him. "Look at that!" Aelaric exclaimed, gesturing toward a patch of flowers peeking out from the underbrush. The vibrant colors made him smile, igniting a competitive spark within him. "Do you know what they are?" Lira glanced at the flowers with a quirked eyebrow, a playful smirk teasing her lips. "Of course. That's a St. John's wort. You do well to learn about the healing properties of each plant along our journey, Lord Aelaric," she teased, her sharp tongue tempered by a hint of warmth. He chuckled, the sound mingling with the whispers of the trees. "Oh, I thought perhaps it was merely a delightful arrangement of petals." "Careful, your sarcasm is showing," she shot back, and Aelaric couldn't help but admire her resilience. Her wit was as quick as his sword, and it intrigued him. They continued down the path, the sound of their footsteps muffled by a carpet of leaves. Each step brought a new chance for Lira to showcase her knowledge. She paused suddenly, her gaze fixed on a patch of purple fragrant lavender swaying gently in the breeze. "Allow me to show you something," she said, her voice lowering to a conspiratorial tone. Lira knelt gracefully, her fingers deftly plucking a sprig of lavender from its home in the earth. "This little sprig can quiet the mind even in chaos." Aelaric watched, fascinated as she brought the herb closer, holding it with reverence. "How do you do that?" he asked, his eyes widening. With a practiced flick of her wrist, Lira began to chant softly, words tumbling from her lips like a melody woven with ancient knowledge. A shimmer of energy enveloped the sprig, its purple hue deepening momentarily, casting a calming aura around them. Aelaric inhaled the rich soothing scent, and felt a warmth spread through his chest. "Now take a deep breath," she instructed, her tone rich with encouragement. As he complied, the tension of the day slipped away like water through his fingers. See. Simple, yet effective. "Lira Nightshade, herbalist and mind-quieting sorceress," he grinned, feeling lighter than air. "Where did you learn such magic?" Her dark eyes sparkled, but there was a hint of something more behind them, a shadow of stories untold. "A little from here, a little from there," she replied nonchalantly, tucking the lavender into one of her numerous pockets. "You learn when the world offers wisdom, if you bother to listen." "Perhaps I should listen more closely," he mused, drawing closer to her side as they resumed walking. "Or perhaps you should focus on being more attentive in your studies. I doubt waving a sword around will unlock the secrets of nature," she remarked dryly. Aelaric laughed, appreciating her straightforwardness. "Perhaps you could give me some lessons. I have a feeling you teach me much more than mere herbs." "I could teach you about plants," she said, glancing sideways, her expression serious for a moment. "But I also have my secrets. Knowledge comes with trust, and that takes time." His heart swelled a little at her words, recognizing the wisdom there. "I look forward to earning that trust." "Do you?" She raised an eyebrow, her intrigue piquing. "I do. I'll show you just how committed I am." He glanced around, pondering the next set of plants that might earn him points in her eyes. "Like this, what about this?" He pointed to a cluster of ferns, excitement bubbling in him. Lira smirked, stepping closer. "That's a fern, and very common, mind you." "Not as common as your easy wit," he countered, playfully matching her intensity. They bantered effortlessly, their laughter echoing off the trees, creating a comfortable rhythm to their exploration. Their shared knowledge became a bridge, weaving them closer together with each exchange. They soon moved deeper into the woods, the canopy thickening above, though shafts of light still broke through, illuminating their path. Lira pointed out a few more herbs, her explanations peppered with snippets from her experiences, like tales of moments when her concoctions had helped someone heal, or when she discovered a plant only whispered of in old texts. "And here," Lira said, slowing her pace as she gestured toward a patch of soft blue flowers with delicate petals. "This is a rare find, heavenly bluebells. They were believed to be sacred to the ancients." Aelaric stepped closer, intrigued by her passion. "What makes them special?" "They attract spirits. Plant them in your garden and you'll have blessings in abundance, or so the old tales claim," she explained, her eyes sparkling with an enthusiasm that made him smile. Aelaric mused on the significance of the plants, understanding that each one bore a story, a connection to the world that most overlooked in their rush. "You have a true gift for nurturing both plants and people," he said, the warmth in his voice unmistakable. "Let's hope it extends to people as well," she replied, her tone teasing but with an underlying hint of sincerity. "Because not all will see plants as you do." "Then they're missing out," he declared, determined to share the beauty he found in their surroundings. "Keep your spirits high, young lord. There's plenty yet to discover," Lira said, casting a knowing glance at him, as if foreseeing their upcoming adventures. The path stretched before them, promising more learning and friendship intertwined in a journey of discovery that neither had anticipated, yet both welcomed with open hearts. As they moved deeper into the woods, The atmosphere began to shift. The once vibrant sounds of chirping birds and rustling leaves faded into an unsettling silence. Aelaric felt a prickle at the back of his neck, a tingling awareness that something was amiss. Shadows danced on the forest floor, twisting into figures that were not just illusions, leaving an uneasy feeling deep within him as he exchanged a glance with Lira, sensing her tension mirroring his own. "Do you feel that?" Aelaric murmured, halting in his stride. Lira nodded, her eyes narrowing, scanning the trees around them. "It's too quiet. We should be on guard." Before he could respond, the tranquility shattered, as a group of rugged bandits sprang forth from the gnarled trees lining the path. Sneers crossed their faces, crude weapons glinting in the dim light, and their chaotic energy set Aelaric's heart racing. "Look what we have here," one of the bandits taunted, his voice dripping with menace. "Just a couple of lost travelers." Aelaric instinctively drew his sword, the metal gleaming with resolve. "Stand back, Lira," he commanded, slipping into a defensive stance that was as fluid as it was practiced. "Trust me, I can help," she replied sharply, a hint of determination underlying her voice as she reached into her pouch, fingers deftly searching for her dried herbs. With practiced urgency she grabbed a handful, chanting softly under her breath. Aelaric stole a glance at her, awe mixing with apprehension as the air around her began to shimmer, the essence of her magic unfolding. "Now," she called out, the spell complete. A cloud of sparkling dust enveloped their attackers, disorienting them momentarily. Aelaric seized the opportunity, launching forward with a fierce swing of his sword, parrying the first bandit's clumsy blow before responding with a swift strike that sent his opponent staggering back. The thrill of battle surged through him, fueling his every move as he expertly deflected incoming attacks, finding rhythm in the chaos. "Watch out!" Lira shouted, her voice cutting through the din as she hurled a small pouch towards a group of advancing bandits. It burst open upon impact, releasing a cloud of enchanted seeds that sprouted into vines, wrapping around the feet of two bandits, slowing their movements with an intense grip. "Excellent work," Aelaric called, his heart racing with a combination of exhilaration and admiration. They were a well-matched pair, seamlessly navigating the fray together, but the clash of metal and the shouts of the bandits filled the air, thickening the tension. With every clang of his sword, Aelaric could feel their bond solidifying. He was no longer just a noble lord, but a partner fighting alongside someone with the strength of spirit he had not fully recognized before. "Press forward," Lira shouted again, her command fierce and clear. The ground beneath them became a dance of fury. He struck out, each movement as deliberate as a well-crafted plan, while Lira flicked her hands, conjuring small bursts of magic that interrupted their assailants' balance. A leather-clad bandit lunged towards Aelaric, and he sidestepped deftly, countering with a precise thrust that sent the attacker sprawling. In the momentary chaos, Aelaric glimpsed Lira's intense focus, the fierce determination lighting up her dark eyes. She was a force of nature, and he felt invigorated by her presence. "To your left," he shouted, deflecting an attack aimed at her and creating an opening for her next spell. "Got it." Lira's voice rang out, and she unleashed a swift enchantment, the shimmering dust swirling around a bandit, momentarily freezing him in place. As they fought, Aelaric noted that the tension in the air shifted. The bandits, once so intimidating, now faltered under the coordinated assault they had orchestrated. One by one they reeled back, uncertainty written across their grimy faces. Aelaric parried another blow, and suddenly it seemed as if they had become an unstoppable force, a whirlwind of blades and magic entwined. "Keep pushing," he urged, adrenaline thrumming through his veins. He ducked beneath a wild swing and struck true, and the remaining bandits seemed to falter, looking toward their leader. With a swift glance exchanged between them, it was evident. This wasn't merely a fight, it was a test of their mettle and their trust in one another. "Let's finish this," Aelaric growled, feeling the exhilaration rise within him as he took a step forward, poised for their final strike. The remaining bandit charged, weapon raised high, but before he could reach them, Lira stepped in front, a final spell igniting at her fingertips. The air crackled with energy as she released her magic in one powerful wave. The shimmering dust washed over the bandit, slowing him as if he were wading through molasses. Aelaric seized the moment, swinging his sword in a graceful arc that sent the bandits stumbling backward, retreating into the shadows from which he emerged. As the last of their assailants disappeared into the underbrush, Aelaric and Lira stood breathless, the adrenaline coursing through their veins. They were both alive with excitement and relief, their bonds cemented through the chaos they had navigated together. "Did you see that?" Aelaric breathed, panting as he sheathed his sword. "We were brilliant." Lira leaned against a nearby tree, her chest rising and falling as she caught her breath. "Not too shabby, young lord," she quipped, a wry smile tugging at her lips despite the aftermath of the confrontation. "I must admit you have my utmost respect, Lira Nightshade," he said, a newfound admiration softening his tone. "You fought fiercely. I'm grateful to have you at my side." Her expression softened, and for a fleeting moment, Aelaric glimpsed the warmth behind her guarded exterior. "And I'm grateful to have someone who knows how to wield a sword." As they both stood amidst the fading light, the shadows of the trees seemed to whisper of their victory, their emerging partnership promising new adventures ahead, the secrets of the woods only just beginning to unfurl. Chapter 6: The Whispering Marsh. In the heart of the mist-shrouded marsh, Aelaric Wrenhaven and Lira Nightshade stepped cautiously into a world cloaked in shadows and whispers. The ground squelched beneath their boots, each step sinking slightly into the damp earth, as an eerie chill wrapped around them like a second skin. Faint echoes of distant murmurs flickered through the fog, tantalizing and unsettling, while spectral knights drifted at the edges of their vision, armored figures caught between realms. Aelaric tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, feeling the restless energy of the unknown pulse through him, while Lira, a small pouch of herbs clutched tightly in her hand, kept her eyes sharp and unyielding as they moved deeper into the haze. "Keep your guard up," Aelaric advised, his voice firm but edged with a hint of youthful eagerness. He scanned the foggy surroundings, keenly aware of the stifling tension that hung in the air. "I don't trust these shadows," Lira replied, her voice a low whisper that barely pierced the veil of mist. The wind seemed to carry her words away, swallowed by the swamp's hungry depths. She adjusted the strap of her satchel, its contents shifting against her hip, and glanced sidelong at the looming figures that danced just out of reach. Aelaric chuckled softly, though it barely masked the nervousness coiling in his stomach. "Well, they don't seem too fond of us either," he said, a wry grin breaking through the seriousness. "You think they'd mind giving us directions?" The humor was a fleeting comfort, lost in the dense atmosphere surrounding them. The air grew heavier, as if laden with the weight of past battles and buried regrets. Alaric's sharp blue eyes flitted to a movement behind the gnarled reeds, but it was only the shadows shifting with the fog. He steeled his posture, the practiced stance of a swordsman on alert, every instinct screaming at him to remain vigilant. "Let's just focus on finding the center," Lira suggested, the practicality in her tone driving a comforting solidity into their expedition. "You might not mind these specters, but I'd prefer to leave this place before they take an interest in us." The specters of forgotten nights drifted like memories in the background, spectral figures clad in tarnished armor that glinted in the fleeting moments of light, their presence both daunting and melancholic. They seemed to watch, silently judging the young lord and the herbalist as they navigated the treacherous ground. Each step they took felt charged with danger, the murmurs growing in intensity, brushing against the edges of their thoughts like a persistent wind. Aelaric glanced at Lira as they ventured further into the oppressive atmosphere. "I've heard tales of places like this, ghosts trapped by their own failures forever wandering the earth," he mused, a spark of curiosity igniting his youthful heart. "Do you think they were as nervous as us?" "Perhaps," Lira replied, a sardonic smile gracing her lips. "But I'd wager they were more prepared. Let's hope we don't end up like them." With their banter providing a momentary reprieve, the pair moved with a shared determination, steps synchronized as they delved deeper into the unknown. The weight of the chill wrapped around them, whispering secrets of forgotten realms and warning of unseen eyes that seemed to gauge their every move. The ambience thickened, and Aelaric felt a swell of resolve surge within him. "Stay close," he said, the tone of his voice shifting back to seriousness. "We don't know what we'll find here, but I won't let anything happen to you." Lyra's gaze softened for just an instant before her sharp tongue returned. "You act as if you're my protector, Lord Aelaric. I can handle myself just fine. Every knight needs a squire, don't they?" Aelaric quipped, trying to break the tension. Yet he appreciated Lyra's strength. It felt like a balancing act, a powerful foundation against the uncertainty shrouding them. They pressed forward, and with every sound that crackled through the marsh, every snap of a twig and rustle of unseen creatures, the world felt alive with dangers both hidden and explicit. Alaric's heart raced as the marsh seemed to breathe around them, every inhalation filled with tension, every exhalation a silent plea for courage. Suddenly, as if stirred from their watchful haze, the spectral knights emerged more clearly from the fog, their movements ethereal yet precise, evoking unease in Aelaric. The ghostly figures turned towards him, their hollow eyes filled with stories and battles long lost, yet their swords hung silently at their sides. They held court over the misty landscape, leaving him to question if the history between their worlds was more intertwined than he'd ever known. "Keep moving," Lira urged softly, tugging at his arm as the distance shrank between them and the specters. Aelaric shot her a determined glance, the resolve written across his features. "Together," he affirmed, and with a final squeeze of her hand they surged ahead. As they forged onward, a connection formed between them, a shared purpose in the face of shadowy uncertainty. Even amidst the chaotic whispers of memories tugging at their consciousness, each step propelled them deeper into a swamp of uncertainty, both their fears and determination simmering beneath the surface, waiting to burst forth into the daylight that seemed so far away. Together, they would face whatever darkness awaited them, armed with courage, humor, and the promise that they were not alone. As they pressed forward along the narrow path between ancient trees, the whispers that had haunted them in the marsh grew louder, a crescendo of forgotten regrets filling the air with a palpable weight. The gnarled roots snaked along the ground like hands reaching out, and the fog thickened around them, cocooning the duo in an oppressive embrace. Aelaric Wrenhaven and Lira Nightshade exchanged wary glances, their determination unyielding against the encroaching dread. Here, the past would unveil itself in shadowy echoes, challenging them to confront the memories they wished to escape. The trees loomed taller and more twisted as they navigated the narrow corridor, their branches intertwining above like fingers clawing at the sky, filtering out the pale light. A shiver ran down Alaric's spine as he moved, an unseen presence stirring in the periphery. Each step seemed to reverberate with the weight of his lineage, the air thickening with unspoken truths. "Do you hear them?" he murmured, feeling the murmurs gather strength, converging around them in an unnerving symphony of voices. Lira nodded, her gaze sharpening. "I do. It's almost as if they're beckoning." All warning, he countered, the instinct to protect kicking in. We must keep going. Don't let them distract you. But as they pressed on, the whispers began to coalesce, images forming in the ether. Aelaric blinked as he found himself standing before a tableau of his family, faces frozen in expressions of disappointment. They stood before him, a silent jury of neglect, their eyes filled with judgment that bore down heavier than any sword. He recognized the tight set of his mother's jaw, the folded arms of his father, the way his elder siblings looked away as if he were a specter haunting their lives. "What are you doing, Aelaric?" one voice echoed, chilling his blood. It was his father's voice, resonating with disappointment and the familiar pang of inadequacy. "This isn't how a Wrenhaven acts." Alaric's heart raced, and he felt the weight of the sword at his side. It seemed to throb in time with his racing pulse. He wanted to respond, to defend himself, to explain that he was trying to forge his path in the shadow of such towering expectations, but his tongue felt heavy with fear. All he could do was stand there, the silence reverberating louder than any accusation. Across from him, Lyra's features had tightened into an expression of muted agony. The whispers morphed into a different scene, flickering images from her cursed village, a tapestry of despair unfolding before her eyes. Flames licked at the remnants of homes, darkened shadows flitting past with hollow cries of anguish. Desperate figures blurred through the smoke, their faces marked by the pain of loss and grief she had fought so hard to bury. "Not now," she hissed under her breath, a wave of anger stirring within her. But the memories wrapped around her like a shroud, refusing to be dismissed. A dark-haired child wailed among the rubble, the sound piercing through the veil of time and thrusting her back into a past riddled with sorrow. "Lira!" Aelaric reached for her, but his own haunted visions kept him from moving closer. "Focus." She snapped her head up, meeting his gaze for just a heartbeat, and in that fleeting moment they shared an understanding of struggle, of the pain buried beneath their exteriors. "They are not real," she whispered, but even as she said it, the remnants of the past felt all too tangible, seeping into her heart like poison. "Then let's push through them together," Aelaric suggested, feeling a flicker of defiance rise within him against the darkness that sought to suffocate them. His voice steadied, resonating with the promise of resolve. "We will not be defined by what they want us to be." Lyra's eyes, typically guarded, softened as she nodded, understanding the challenge of shared burdens. "You're right," she agreed, her determination rekindling like the first light breaking through dawn. "We take each step forward together." Alaric's expression hardened. The weight of his family's disappointment lingered, but his grip on the sword eased just a fraction, buoyed by the strength they shared in this murky twilight. They took a step, and then another, inching forward as the visions flickered and faded, giving way to the heavy mist that choked the marsh. As they moved, Aelaric felt his resolve building, the phantoms of expectation peeling away one by one. Lira stepped beside him, the intensity in her gaze matching the fire in his chest. Together they faced the shadows, embracing the uncertainties looming ahead. "I refuse to become a ghost," he said, voice resolute, and with that declaration the tether to their pasts loosened, the echoes of their upbringing fading with each step taken forward. "Neither will I," Lira replied, her spirit fierce as they pushed through the oppressive fog, the murmurings retreating into the background. Their hearts beat in synchrony, unified against the echoes that threatened to pull them back into a darkness they would defy. Through the oppressive marsh, they found not only the strength within themselves, but also an alliance forged through adversity, each moment a testament to their resilience. Ahead lay the unknown, the challenges they would face together, an adventure waiting to unfold as they continued down the narrow path, determined to forge their destinies apart from the ghosts of their pasts. Chapter 7: The Alchemist's Offer. The grove unfolded like a well-kept secret, shrouded in cool mist that clung to the damp earth, each step cushioned by the softness of moss underfoot. Aelaric Wrenhaven felt a thrilling pulse of adventure, flanked by the quick, sharp presence of Lira Nightshade, whose eyes darted cautiously through the clusters of shadows cast by low-hanging branches. The faint trickle of water sang a soothing yet eerie lullaby, calling them deeper into the heart of this verdant enclosure. As he moved ahead, Aelaric's athletic frame cut an impressive figure against the muted backdrop of foliage. His piercing blue eyes sparkled with determination, reflecting both a sense of purpose and a flicker of youthful exuberance. He breathed in the earthy scent of the grove, a blend of damp wood and rich soil, and with each cautious step he could almost feel the ancient power whispering beneath the surface. "Do you think it's really safe here?" Lira asked, her voice sharp yet barely above a whisper, as if too loud would awaken the spirits of the grove. She adjusted the leather strap of her pouch, fingers grazing the collection of herbs she had gathered, each one a testament to her knowledge and experience. Her tall frame seemed to merge with the shadows, providing an aura of mystery that made her both alluring and intimidating. "Safe? Perhaps not." Aelaric offered a wry grin. "But adventure rarely is." Lira shot him a sidelong glance, the corners of her mouth twitching with the barest hint of amusement, before settling back into her usual stoicism. "I meant safe for our minds, not just our bodies." She waved her hand through the mist, gesturing to the encroaching shadows of the grove. "The stories say this place is filled with dark magic and forgotten secrets, which we might be able to wield if we play our cards right," he countered, his heart racing at the thought of challenges yet to come. "After all, we're here to learn." Before Lira could reply, a tall figure emerged from the shadows like a spectre conjured from a deep tale. Ole Stonecroft, with his unruly white hair standing defiantly against the muted colors of the grove, regarded them with calculating eyes that shifted between gray and silver, reflecting both intelligence and a hint of mischief. Dressed in his dark scholar's robe, its edges singed and stained from countless experiments, he approached with a purposeful air, each step as measured as his words. "I can guide you through these treacherous marshes," he said, his tone steady and deliberate. "But I require your assistance first, a favor in return for my knowledge." Aelaric stepped forward slightly, gripping the hilt of his sword with an eagerness that belied his caution. The thought of having a guide through the labyrinthine paths felt like a lifeline. "What do you need?" "Your aid in harnessing the well's power to manipulate time," Ole replied, his sharp features illuminated briefly by a shaft of light that pierced through the canopy above. "Time?" Lyra's skepticism rolled off her tongue like thunder. Her hand instinctively drifted near her pouch, fingers brushing against the cool fabric, ready to defend if needed. "Are you suggesting we meddle with forces beyond our understanding? That's a dangerous game." Aelaric shifted slightly, feeling the tension rise between them. He observed the unyielding gaze exchanged between Lira and Ole, the unspoken challenge hanging in the air, like a storm ready to break. Yet the fire of opportunity flickered in Aelaric's chest, urging him to explore the possibility of alliances that could lead to greatness or ruin. Ole raised an eyebrow, a smirk playing at the corners of his lips as if he relished the tension. "Dangerous indeed, but no less intriguing, wouldn't you agree? There is much more at stake here than just our safe passage. If you help me, I promise you will find knowledge beyond your wildest dreams." With each heartbeat, the air around them felt charged, imbued with the promise of adventure laced with uncertainty. Aelaric sensed the risks, but also the thrill of ambition. He couldn't ignore that the path ahead had been laid before them, like the winding trails of the marsh they were to navigate. "Your guidance might be just what we need to navigate these shadows," he said, steadying his voice to project confidence and leadership. Lyra's eyes narrowed further, suspicion still evident in her posture. Promises made in the dark seldom hold truth. Her words cut through the thick mist like a blade, filled with both warning and challenge. Aelaric took a breath, noticing the slight lean forward from Ole, a shift that spoke volumes about his eagerness to ensnare them into his web of ambition. He recognized the tension in Lyra's stance, the way she crossed her arms and kept her gaze fixed on their mysterious counterpart. After a charged silence, Aelaric turned to Lira, who had begun to unravel her walls, the slightest trace of curiosity creeping into her eyes. He offered her a reassuring nod, understanding that their next steps were crucial in determining the nature of this uneasy alliance. "Let's hear him out," Aelaric urged, meeting her gaze with resolve. "We can't afford to miss this opportunity." Lira shifted, the challenge lingering between them before her stance relaxed just slightly. "Very well," she said at last, a mixture of trepidation and curiosity coursing through her voice. "But know this, I will be watching you closely, Ole Stonecroft." Ole nodded in acknowledgement, a gleam of amusement dancing in his eyes, and together they stepped deeper into the grove, an invisible thread weaving them together through mutual ambition, uncertainty, and the secrets whispered by the shadows around them. As they prepared to venture into the unknown, every rustle and soft splash sounded like a prelude to the adventure they were about to embark upon, charged with both excitement and caution, driven by their intertwined destinies. As they settled around a bed of ferns, the trio formed a semicircle on the damp stones, the ambience filled with the soothing sound of water dripping from the leaves overhead. The cool mist swirled around them, cloaking their small gathering in a veil of intimacy, where every word felt weightier against the backdrop of the grove's quiet secrets. Aelaric felt an unexpected warmth among the dampness, eager to unearth the mysteries Ole hinted at, even as Lyra's skeptical eyes surveyed the scene like a hawk scanning for hidden threats. "Now that we're more comfortably situated," Ole began, his voice smooth like the surface of a calm pond, "allow me to elaborate on the well's power. Legends speak of its capacity to manipulate the very fabric of time, allowing moments to be stretched or twisted as needed. It lies at the heart of these marshes, a sacred spring that remains hidden from the unworthy." Aelaric leaned forward, intrigued. "Manipulating time? That sounds both remarkable and dangerous," he acknowledged, a flicker of excitement dancing in his piercing blue eyes. He imagined the possibilities, visions of heroics spooling in his mind like threads unfurling from a well-worn tapestry. "How do we access it?" Therein lies the challenge," Ole continued, steepling his fingers together, a calculating glimmer in his sharp eyes. "The paths leading to the well are fraught with traps and illusions, designed to mislead those who are unprepared. But I possess ancient texts, wisdom gleaned from the whispers of alchemists long gone, that hold the keys to navigating these treacherous routes." As the words flowed from Ole, Aelaric felt a growing sense of hope intermingled with caution. "So, we'll need your guidance. But how do we ensure we're not led astray?" Ole's lips curled into a slight smile, enigmatic yet disarming. "That, my young lord, depends on your willingness to trust in the knowledge of the past, and embrace the uncertainty of the journey ahead. For it is the very uncertainty that may hold the key to unlocking the well's power." Lira interjected, her voice taut with skepticism. "Trusting in arcane texts is all well and good, but trusting you, Ole? That's an entirely different matter." She shifted slightly, arms crossed tight, her guarded stance betraying her doubt. "What guarantees do we have that your knowledge is true, and not simply a gilded tale spun to entrap us?" Aelaric caught Lyra's eye, the tension between them crackling in the humid air. He wanted to temper her doubts, to find some common ground amid the weight of Ole's proposition. "Perhaps," he began cautiously, "we should take the knowledge offered to us at face value for now. Every adventure is fraught with risk, but each moment can also present an opportunity." "An opportunity to get lost, perhaps," Lira retorted, her tone sharp but underlined by a hint of dry humor. "Just how far are you willing to go to chase shadows, Lord Aelaric?" "There's a fine line between shadows and adventure," Aelaric countered with a grin, though he could feel the weight of Lira's discontent. "This journey is as much about discovery as it is about trust." Ole observed the dynamic with a measured gaze, intrigued by the friction unfolding between the two. "A relationship built on shared purpose has its own unique strength," he interjected. "One that can weather even the darkest storms." Lira raised an eyebrow, mulling over Ole's perspective. "Strength forged from bonds of necessity rather than trust. A shaky foundation, if you ask me." Yet her brow softened slightly, suggesting an openness to reconsidering the lines she had drawn. As Ole's gaze flickered between them, he continued, his words weaving a tapestry of possibilities and uncertainty. "You need not take my word for it alone. The well itself will reveal truths that may surprise you, if you're ready to embrace what lies ahead." Their surroundings hummed with the quiet magic of the grove, leaves whispering secrets and water tracing age-old paths over smooth stones. It was a moment brimming with weight and promise, where hesitations tangled with aspirations in the hearts of the three adventurers. Aelaric felt a sense of unity forming, a fragile thread of purpose weaving through their disparate motives and ambitions. "We may not share complete trust just yet," Aelaric said finally, glancing at Lira and then back to Ole, "but we share a common goal. If we're to retrieve the well's power, we'll need to watch each other's backs." Lira uncrossed her arms, her tension easing just slightly, as if a storm had passed in the depths of her wary mind. "I still find your charm dubious, Ole. But I'm willing to consider a temporary alliance." Alaric's heart lifted at her acceptance, a step toward forging a bond in uncertainty, and Ole offered a nod of acknowledgement, an amused glint in his eye at Lira's retort. "Then let's forge ahead. Into the depths of the marsh, where truths and perils await, bound together by the echoes of the past." With a quiet resolve among them, the trio prepared to rise from their makeshift meeting, the damp stones beneath them a reminder of the path yet to tread. As they gathered their resolve, and stepped into the ethereal mist surrounding the grove, Aelaric couldn't shake the sensation that this was only the beginning of an adventure that would stretch beyond their wildest imaginations, shadowed by the weight of ancient magic waiting to unveil its secrets. Chapter 8: Secrets of the Timeless Desert. The trio stepped off the well-worn path, the vast desert unfurling before them like an endless sea of shimmering gold. The heat hung in the air, distorting the horizon and playing tricks on their eyes, where shadows danced with deceptive grace. Ole led the way, a steady figure against the scorching glare, while Aelaric kept his hand firmly on the hilt of his sword, every instinct alert. Beside him Lira squinted, her resolve cloaked in an air of unease as they ventured deeper into this sun-baked uncertainty. The sand shifted beneath their feet, each step a subtle reminder of the ever-changing landscape, gritty and warm against their skin. With every gust of wind, particles whipped around them, tangling their hair and stinging at exposed skin, yet this discomfort felt trivial compared to the vastness of the challenge ahead. Aelaric glanced sideways at the tall figure of Ole, whose confident gait seemed unaffected by the daunting scenery, his unruly white hair glinting like a beacon under the oppressive sun. "Keep your senses sharp," Ole remarked, his voice low yet steady, echoing across the dunes like a practiced mantra. Aelaric could see the flicker of amusement dancing in Ole's silver-gray eyes as he glanced back, a hint of irony framing their situation. The trio felt as though they were walking the precipice of a dream, a wild, surreal ride where reality faded, and danger loomed just out of sight. Aelaric's grip on his sword tightened, a habit born from the duality of training and instinct. The salt-worn dunes seemed to pulse with life, shifting and rolling as though they were breathing. He caught himself staring into the distance, where silhouettes flickered against the vibrant sky, shapes blurring into one another like the distant echoes of memories half remembered. Despite the rising unease, he felt a strange thrill at the mystery unfolding around them. "Any idea what lies beyond those hills?" Lira asked, her sharp tone cutting through the heat. She squinted against the light, her earthy-toned clothing clinging to her frame, every movement speaking of resilience despite the tension in her posture. Aelaric shrugged, masking his uncertainty with feigned nonchalance. "Maybe an oasis, or perhaps a den of rogue mercenaries." "Either way, I'm up for a challenge," he replied, a wry smile flashing across his lips, eyes sparkling with youthful enthusiasm. He wanted to break the tension, to bring some levity to their desolate surroundings, though deep inside he felt the growing weight of anticipation pressing against him. Lira rolled her eyes but managed a faint smile. "Let's hope for the oasis. I'd rather not find myself in another skirmish, those are hard to explain back home." Her guarded demeanor eased just slightly, giving way to that rare glimpse of warmth that hinted at the trust they had built despite her independent streak. They trekked on, the sun above bearing down mercilessly, the sand shifting with a life of its own, obscuring their path. Each grain underfoot reminded them of the precariousness of their journey, as though the desert was daring them to press on. Ole's sharp gaze scoured the endless stretch of sand, ever watchful, a careful protector amidst the uncertainty swirling around them. With each step, the reality of their surroundings crept deeper into Aelaric's awareness. The peculiar stillness of the desert seemed at odds with the rapid heartbeat in his chest. The interplay between their personal hopes and fears tightened the bond among them, forging an invisible tether that anchored them as they traversed deeper into the mysterious landscape. "Listen," Ole said suddenly, his voice slicing through the unyielding silence. "Do you hear that?" He paused, allowing the whispering winds to speak for themselves. An intermittent sound, an echo distant yet persistent, washed over them, tugging at the edges of their resolve. Aelaric exchanged glances with Lira, whose brows knitted in concentration. The shifting dunes seemed to hold stories in their depths, fragments of ancient lore lingering in the air like perfume. A shiver ran down Aelaric's spine, and not entirely from the heat. "Is it someone?" he asked, peering ahead, though every instinct warned him to proceed with caution. "Maybe," Lira replied, squinting harder, as if she could summon clarity from the illusion of distance. "Or something we don't want to encounter. Careful now. Let's not invite trouble," Ole warned, his tone laced with the grave concern that hung like an electric thread among them. Despite his usual calm demeanor, Aelaric caught the flicker of unease in the older man's eyes, a reminder that the desert held more than sand and sun, it held the weight of their unspoken fears. As they forged ahead, time felt as intangible as the heat waves that blurred the edges of the landscape. The shifting dunes looked ever so much like waves, crested and falling, and Aelaric had to fight the urge to call out to the mirage beckoning him just beyond the next rise. With each step forward, curiosity danced hand in hand with anxiety, forging a strange camaraderie among the trio. Though their spirits carried a sense of adventure, the silence spoke louder than words, reverberating with unresolved questions. Who might they find in the stretch of sand ahead? What stories might the desert reveal? As they pressed deeper into the heat, the vivid backdrop of the desert began to blur. Each character's thoughts melded with the scenery around them, creating a thread of connection that resonated within Aelaric's heart. He glanced at Lira, whose sharp gaze was matched only by the tension in her stance. A fragile unity hummed in the air as they moved in synchrony, inching toward the horizon and whatever lay beyond. With the sun blazing overhead, and the endless stretch of sand unfolding in every direction, the unknown loomed just out of reach, each moment pulling them closer to the threshold of visions yet to come. Little did they know, the shifting sands of time would soon reveal the burdens each of them carried, their fears and desires, threading into the very fabric of their adventure, challenging everything they believed to be true. The desert around them began to shimmer more intensely, and Aelaric felt a disorienting tug at his senses, as though time itself was unspooling. As the heat waves danced and twisted, a vision unfurled, and suddenly he stood within the grand hall of Wrenhaven. The high ceilings soared above him, echoing with the grandeur of his heritage, yet he felt a heavy weight in his chest that threatened to crush him beneath the very fabric of his duty. He was adorned in regal attire, the rich colors of deep blue and gold draping elegantly around him, but the heaviness of expectation was palpable. The hall glittered with light filtering through ornate stained glass, each pane casting fractured hues onto the polished stone floor, but the beauty around him faded into insignificance as his mind raced with thoughts of sacrifice. There, standing before a gathering of nobles and advisors, his face etched with conflicting determination, Aelaric felt his pulse quicken. "Wrenhaven deserves a leader," he heard himself say, but the echo of his own words felt hollow, drowning beneath the noise of the crowd. The figures before him blurred, their faces transforming into silent accusations, demanding of him something he couldn't quite grasp. Was it courage? Strength? The acceptance of burdens he was not ready to bear? No, he thought, shaking his head, trying to break free from the grip of this vision. He took a step forward, then recoiled as shadows of doubt lapped at his heels. Every gaze turned toward him, some hopeful, some pitying, yet all reminded him of the burden he carried. A weight of family legacy that seemed to tighten around his chest, squeezing away his resolve. The scene shifted, layers of memories mixing like paint on an artist's canvas. Suddenly, Aelaric found himself standing atop the highest cliffs of Wrenhaven, where the land kissed the sea. The winds tousled his hair as the waves roared below, a majestic contrast to the tempest churning inside him. He could feel the echoes of laughter, his siblings playing beneath the sun, yet that laughter was soon swallowed by a harsh whisper, "Are you truly worthy?" "No." "Stop," he yelled, the sound raw and desperate against the backdrop of the wind. But the vision didn't relent. It tightened its hold, and Aelaric stumbled back into the shadows of the grand hall. "I have to prove myself. I must." In that moment, Lira's voice broke through the fabric of his turmoil. As Aelaric returned to the shifting sands, her haunting gaze flickered in his mind. He caught sight of her next, her spirit suspended in time, alone within a boundless field. The colors of her childhood village shimmered vibrantly around her, lush greenery stretching towards the horizon, the fragrant aroma of herbs and flowers weaving through the air. Yet Lira stood immobilized, trapped by a barrier unseen, her once familiar surroundings now felt foreign and distant. With wide eyes, she reached out, fingers brushing against an invisible wall separating her from the warmth of home. "Come back. Please come back," she cried out, her heart breaking at the thought of all that could have been. But the vivid vibrancy of her village began to dull, shadows creeping in like memories best left untouched. The lush landscapes darkened as whispers rose, creeping into her consciousness, echoing the lost opportunities that left her yearning for what could not be reclaimed. Lira's breath hitched as despair settled over her. Every beat of her heart was a reminder of how far she'd come, yet here, suspended between reality and illusion, her thoughts twisted painfully. "You can't keep me here," she yelled defiantly, yet the barrier held firm, forcing her to watch the vibrancy fade to grey, her past slipping through her fingers like sand. Meanwhile, Ole found himself pacing, surrounded by shadows and shapes that twisted the memories of his past research. Flickering images of ancient texts and arcane symbols came to life in front of him, filling him with a storm of emotions that danced on the edges of his carefully maintained composure. As he caught sight of Aelaric's regal attire and Lira's torment, Ole clenched his fists, anger simmering just beneath the surface. "How much more do you need from me?" he muttered under his breath, shadows lengthening around him as frustration boiled over. "The answers are here. You know they are." It felt as if his entire life's work was collapsing under the weight of unanswered questions. How close had he come to unlocking the truths buried within the ancient texts, only to fall short? He found himself pacing anxiously, the very ground shifting beneath his feet like the unanswered riddles of his own making. No longer could he keep the chaos contained. It rose like a tempest, bubbling over with urgency. The visions swirled around him, threatening to engulf him in an abyss of uncertainty. Aelaric's vision fragmented, bringing him back to Lira's struggle. A relentless urge gripped him, propelling him toward her, yet he felt another weight, a kind of emotional tether tying him to Ole's frenzy. "We're together in this," he cried, breaking free from the imposing vision that threatened to consume him. He reached for Lira, his movements igniting hope, even as their shared weight threatened to fracture the space between them. She could feel Aelaric's determination, a flicker of strength within the despair that clung to her like a shroud. Lira turned toward him, their eyes locking in shared recognition of burdens carried. And though the barrier held firm, she could feel the glimmer of solidarity forming between them, illuminating the dark recesses of their individual struggles. As if sensing their connection, Ole's agitation surged. He turned toward the pair, the frantic energy within him crackling. "You have to let go," he shouted, an urgency in his voice that urged them to break free from their self-imposed cages. Aelaric reached out again, desperate to bridge the gap, and as Lira followed suit, something shifted. Time folded around them like a cloak, and the visions began to blur as reality bled through the seams. The desert landscape surged back into focus, the scorching heat welcoming them back to the unforgiving present. As the vivid images receded, they stood there in the desert, hearts racing with remnants of the powerful emotions they'd just faced. Sweat trickled down Aelaric's brow as he blinked against the glare of the sun, their senses gradually aligning with the surrounding heat, yet a chill of realization ran through them. The unresolved questions, now fully illuminated, loomed ahead, deepening the uncertainty of their next steps. What just happened? Lira breathed, her expression a mix of bewilderment and lingering sorrow. Aelaric began, searching for words to explain the weight of their visions. But no coherent response came, only the shared pulse of their collective anxiety. Ole stepped forward, his composure slowly returning, though the energy between them crackled with lingering tension. "It seems we have more than just a desert to navigate," he replied, a weary humor woven through his words. "These visions, they hold truths we must confront. The sands may have shifted, but our path forward must remain clear." Together, they stood under the unyielding sun, their connection forged stronger by the trials of their visions. A deepened understanding lingered, binding them in silence as they contemplated what lay beyond, a shared determination marking their next steps into the uncharted expanse ahead. Chapter 9: Moonlit Confessions. The oasis unfolded like a whispered secret, stretching quiet and still under the stars. Aelaric and Lira sat at its heart, the night wrapping cool around them, while the fire warmed their faces and set their shadows to flickering. The palms rustled a soft, leafy applause to the murmur of nearby water, but all of it, even the sky, seemed small beside her laugh as it tumbled like a midnight river. He watched the young herbalist through the orange glow, his blue eyes playful, his smile almost a dare. 3 bandits, was it? He asked, pushing the words past the crackle and hiss. Or maybe 4. She gave him a long, narrow-eyed look, and he thought she might not answer, that maybe his teasing had missed its mark. Then her lips curled in that sideways, maddening way, and she tossed her braid over her shoulder. 5, Lira said, arching an eyebrow. And I didn't see you refusing the herbs that saved your life. Aelaric chuckled, his hand resting near his sword hilt. I never refuse anything that promises adventure, he said, leaning back to stretch his legs toward the flames. Or clever company. The compliment lingered between them, as soft as the starlight, until Lira broke it with a shrug, her eyes darting toward the water. I doubt your noble friends would agree, she said, flicking a stray twig into the fire. It popped and sparked, sending a swirl of embers skyward. Not so noble these days, Aelaric replied, brushing the back of his neck with a wry smile. There's talk I might be mingling with rogues and renegades. Scandalous, she said, her tone dry but amused. And true. He shifted, leaning forward as if trying to catch her gaze again. Perhaps you like your past as much a mystery as your present. Lyra's mouth twitched, and she drew her knees to her chest, her arms wrapped around them like a fortress. Less mystery, she said, letting the words drift out with a slow breath. More caution. Her change in tone caught his attention, and he grew quiet, the young lord suddenly sincere. So there's a story then? Several, Lira said, a touch of defiance in her voice. She unfolded her legs and sat cross-legged, leaning toward him. But why don't you tell me yours instead? A proper one, not the sort reserved for ballads and courtly rumors. He met her challenge with a light in his eyes. I feel like I'm always chasing a shadow, he said. Trying to live up to family expectations. Shadows, she repeated softly, as though tasting the word. I know a thing or two about those. Her expression shifted, just a flicker of something, and he felt a new curiosity bloom. You know, Aelaric pressed, not missing the glint in her eyes. Now I have to insist on at least one tale. Call it an exchange. For a moment it seemed she might refuse, that she might toss another playful jab and retreat behind her secrets. But instead she shifted her gaze to the fire, her dark eyes reflecting both its flicker and something deeper. There was a curse, Lira began, her voice calm but threaded with intensity. One that drained the life from my village. Alaric's posture changed. His earlier jesting vanished as he listened intently. The crops withered, and even the river dried up, she continued, each word as precise as the last. It was as if the land itself had turned against us, feeding off our strength. The nobleman's mouth opened to ask a question, but he stopped himself, sensing that any interruption would break the spell of her storytelling. We tried everything, Lira said, her voice both sharp and weary. Prayers, rituals, things you would likely call desperate. Things you wouldn't, Aelaric ventured, a new understanding softening his tone. Exactly. She looked up, her gaze meeting his with a steadiness that belied the pain she had revealed. The past is too heavy to ignore sometimes. Her words seemed to echo, not just through the quiet of the oasis but inside him too. Aelaric felt the depth of her confession, its weight both personal and profound. And what about you? She asked, her voice still strong but touched with a gentler note. Are you really the ghost chaser you claim to be? Aelaric hesitated, his earlier bravado now a flimsy shield. I grew up under the shadow of a family legacy, he said finally. Always striving to prove myself. Her eyes softened, and she leaned a little closer, as though encouraging him to continue. "I'm the youngest," he went on, "which means they don't expect much until you manage something unexpected. And you've managed something, haven't you?" Lyra's voice held a hint of admiration, and Aelaric couldn't help but smile at the rare compliment. "I'd like to think so," he said, a touch of self-mockery in his grin. "If only to show them I'm more than just a title waiting to happen." "More like a whirlwind waiting to happen," she teased, her fingers brushing his ever so briefly. Alaric's breath caught, and he felt the world shrink around them, until it was just the fire, her face, and the unspoken closeness that suddenly felt like everything. "Maybe the past isn't so heavy after all," he said, his voice a whisper against the crackle of the flames. They leaned toward each other, the space between them electric and shrinking. Her eyes, lit by fire and sky, seemed to draw him in, while his own trembled with something that felt very much like hope. He stepped forward just a fraction, and so did she. "Hello there." Ole's greeting landed like a rock tossed into a still pond, the alchemist's sudden appearance cutting through the moment and leaving ripples of surprise in its wake. Aelaric and Lira sprang apart, their faces a mix of startled embarrassment. Ole approached with an armful of supplies and a clipped nod, the firelight casting odd shadows across his tall, angular frame. "Was I interrupting?" he asked, his white hair wild as if the desert wind had taken personal offense. "No," Lira said quickly, the sharpness back in her tone. "Just finishing a discussion." Ole raised an eyebrow, and Aelaric struggled to suppress a smile at the alchemist's inscrutable expression. "Quite the passionate discussion," Ole observed, setting his gathered herbs down with careful precision. "But I imagine you'll have more time for that soon enough." His words carried an undercurrent of meaning, though Aelaric couldn't decide if it was genuine or just Ole's brand of peculiar humor. Either way, the alchemist's presence had shattered the intimacy of the scene, leaving Aelaric and Lira standing in awkward silence. Aelaric rubbed the back of his neck, unsure what to say. The near kiss, the closeness, felt both vivid and distant, like a dream interrupted by morning light. Lira shot him a glance, one filled with more than just their unspoken conversation, then turned her attention to Ole. "Glad you found what you needed," she said, her words quick and clipped. Ole nodded, unfazed by the tension he'd created. "And more. The desert is bountiful, if you know where to look." Aelaric watched the two, the charged air still tingling around them. The questions, the emotions, all hung there, suspended like the stars. There would be another chance, he was sure. But for now, it was all unfinished business, echoing as they settled back into the campfire's shifting glow. Chapter 10: Shadows in the Sand. The sun broke through the leafy canopy, illuminating the narrow woodland path that meandered like a silver ribbon through the verdant underbrush. Aelaric led the way, each step buoyed by the soft rustle of leaves and the distant call of songbirds, a momentary balm for his restless spirit. Lira walked close beside him, her keen eyes scanning their surroundings while Ole brought up the rear, ever the watchful guardian. Their journey had been unremarkable thus far, a brief pause before the inevitable storm. Little did they know, shadows danced just beyond the fringes of light. The tranquility shattered like glass when the first volley of arrows sliced through the air, an unforgiving rain of death that forced them into action. Aelaric felt the rush of adrenaline flood his veins as he pivoted, his instincts honed from countless training sessions taking over. He barely registered the whistle of an arrow soaring past him. Instead he drew his sword, its hilt cool and reassuring against his palm. "Move!" he shouted, the word barely more than a growl as he parried the first incoming strike from an agent of Lord Gavric. The clash of steel echoed, reverberating through the trees like a warning bell. He could see Arya Silverthorn at the heart of the ambush, her expression a blend of cunning and amusement as she taunted, "You didn't expect us to be waiting, did you?" Her voice carried, laced with confidence as her cadre surged forward, closing the gap like a tidal wave. Beside him, Lyra's staff crackled with energy as she summoned a protective charm. Sparks danced around her fingers like fireflies in the twilight, each flicker of magic a testament to her formidable power. Aelaric caught a glimpse of her, hair whipping wildly as she faced their attackers, her resolve shimmering just beneath the surface of her focused exterior. "Keep them back," she urged, her voice taut as a bowstring. As Aelaric blocked another thrust aimed at him, he couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. Lyra's determination ignited something within him, and he was buoyed by the idea that they would face this together, the three of them against the dark. Yet Ole was not far behind, surprising Aelaric with the quickness of his movements. The former court alchemist, with his tall frame and striking white hair, seemed to flow through the chaos, his posture shifting elegantly as he sidestepped an attacker's lunging blade. With the grace of a dancer, he responded with swift and calculated strikes, each blow marked by precision, revealing layers of a combat prowess that whispered of a mysterious past. Metal clashed relentlessly, the sound of hurried footsteps danced around them like a frenetic symphony. "Hold the line!" Aelaric bellowed, his voice barely breaking above the din of the clash as he thrust forward, forcing back a foe who dared to close in on Lyra. He could see the sweat beading on her brow, her delicate features scrunching in concentration as she held her magic at bay, but still her lips curled with determination. With the swirl of action surrounding him, Aelaric felt as though time slowed, his senses heightening in response. He barely registered the nagging ache in his forearm, focused instead on the rhythm of battle, the way his comrades shifted beside him, moving like interlocking gears working in unison against the relentless tide. Arrows whizzed past, the sharp rush of wind a reminder of their precarious situation. A shout here, a laugh tinged with mischief there. Arya orchestrated her team with effortless authority, darting between trees like a shadow, while Aelaric found a surge of vigor in the familiar rhythm of combat. Every parry, every deft move was fueled by a blend of urgency and shared purpose, each strike punctuated by grunts and sharp intakes of breath, the cacophony enveloping them like a heavy blanket of chaos. The battle continued, a storm of clashing metal and magic that felt boundless. Lyra unleashed a particularly potent spell, and Aelaric stole a quick glance at her. Her eyes were alight with fierce determination, and for a fleeting moment he felt their connection transcend the fight. His heart echoed with a reckless courage he hadn't known existed within him. As they fought, the thrum of their heartbeat melded with the clamor of war, and Aelaric knew in the pit of his stomach that this would not be a battle easily forgotten. They were ensnared in the wicked game of their enemies, and for better or worse they would need each other to survive. Then, amid the fray, Arya's piercing laughter echoed like a knife through flesh, sharper than any sword. "You think you stand a chance?" She twirled deftly, launching arrows that flew true, but it was in the way her cadre moved in tandem, practiced and deadly, that sent a shiver down Alaric's spine. He struck back, grit and determination leading his blade, but the panic was a tangible fog threatening to smother their efforts. A sudden realization struck him. This was not just an ambush, it was a message, a sinister reminder from Lord Gavric that his forces were always watching, always waiting. In that chaotic moment, Aelaric felt the pressure of family expectations coalesce around him. He could not afford to fail, not now, not ever. Then, with one final sweep of his sword, he found himself standing with Lira and Ole at his side, the rhythm of battle giving way to a stifled silence as the last of the attackers fell back into the shadows. The remnants of the battle littered the ground around them, arrows, splintered wood, and the fading echo of combat. They had survived the ambush, but the sense of impending danger lingered heavy in the air, a bittersweet reminder of the cost they had already paid. As the woods fell into a quiet stillness once more, Aelaric took a steadying breath. He exchanged a determined glance with Lira and Ole, their expressions a mirror of his resolve. There would be no turning back. The road ahead would require them to face even greater trials. The air in the clearing was different, a stillness that felt almost sacred, as if nature itself paused to recognize the toll of the recent skirmish. Shafts of sunlight filtered through the leafy canopy above, dappling the forest floor with warmth that starkly contrasted the chilled aftermath of battle. As they stumbled into the clearing, Aelaric let out a sigh that mixed relief with lingering dread, their senses slowly shifting from the chaos behind them to the unknown ahead. He caught sight of his forearm, where a shallow cut marked his skin. A nagging ache throbbed beneath the surface, each pulse serving as a reminder of how close they had come to ruin. He gingerly dabbed the wound with a piece of cloth, grimacing at the sting, but inwardly he was grateful. This was a mere token of their survival amidst the dance of death they had just performed. It would heal. They all would, eventually. Lira, seated nearby, leaned heavily on her staff. Sweat dripped from her brow, staining the earth beneath her while she forced a strained smile. "I told you this quest would cost us," she murmured, her voice almost melodic, yet underlined with an edge of iron determination. The defiance in her tone was admirable, even if it did not wholly mask the exhaustion pooling in her dark eyes. "We have not lost yet," Aelaric replied, striving to keep the mood from descending further into despair. "Every battle is but a chapter in our story." "More like an exhausting volume," she retorted, her trademark wit re-emerging. Yet beneath the humor lay a veil of vulnerability, a flicker of the unseen strain that gripped her spirit. Ole moved closer, tending to a minor graze on his cheek, the usual distance in his gaze softening as he stole a moment of silence. Aelaric could see the thoughtful tension in Ole's brow, and it stirred an urge to bridge the gulf between them, to crack the shell of mystery that often surrounded the alchemist. "What do you think he wanted?" Ole's question sliced through the still air like a fine blade. The attack was calculated. It felt personal. Aelaric met Ole's gaze, his stomach twisting at the thought of Lord Gavric's shadow looming over them. Gavric is not merely a foe to vanquish, he plays a long game. We were pawns today, perhaps bait in a much larger scheme. "Whatever he's plotting, I'm certain it's diabolical," Lira interjected, frowning. "He will not give up so easily, and we must not be naive enough to think this is over." She adjusted her grip on her staff, muscles tense as she weighed the implications of their encounter. Ole nodded thoughtfully, still applying the bandage with a steady hand, even as memories danced behind his eyes, echoes of battles fought long ago in shadows even darker than today. "That was a skilled squadron," he said, his voice thick with unvoiced memories. "Arya Silverthorn, she's no ordinary agent. If we encounter her again, we'll need to adapt." With that, Aelaric felt the shadows of concern deepen, the words holding gravity within their context. Each wound they bore was etched into their skins, sure, but it was the invisible scars, those marked by uncertainty, that weighed heaviest. As they paused in the sunlight, the forest around them buzzed with life, and yet the ambush left an unsettled quiet amongst them, as if the world awaited their next move. Their discussion dwindled, momentarily stifled as they sat in contemplation. Aelaric observed the scattered remnants of their skirmish, discarded arrows that churned earth, and the distinct mark of conflict as it etched itself into nature's canvas. It dawned upon him that they stood at a precipice, a pivot point between the familiar path they had trodden and the dark unknown ahead. A quiet resolve coalesced within him, binding them together in purpose. "We must keep moving," he announced, determination weaving through his words. "This is just one battle, many await us." "What's our plan then?" Lyra's question lingered in the air, filled with an expectation that pulled them all toward the horizon. Aelaric leaned forward, drawing on a breath infused with the spirit of their newfound unity. "We'll gather information, understand what Gavric is planning and how best to counter it. We move like the wind, unseen, until we're ready to strike." With newfound certainty he glanced at each of them, a smile ghosting across his lips despite the blood and chaos still fresh in their minds. Lyra's fatigue sparkled against the sunshine, like a promise of light after darkness. Ole met his gaze with a nod, his resolve reaffirmed in those calculating eyes. And together, they would carve a path forward through the wilderness and into the heart of whatever awaited them, come what may. For as long as they stood together, they would not bend, they would not break. The shadows might linger at the edges of their journey, but Aelaric would rise step by step, fueled by camaraderie, and the hope they would prevail against all odds. Chapter 11: The Price of Power. The moment they crossed the threshold into the ancient temple, a hush fell over the group, almost reverential, as though they had entered a sacred sanctuary long abandoned by time. The air felt heavy, thick with the weight of history, and Aelaric found himself pausing to catch his breath, his heart racing with the thrill of discovery. The stone doors, worn by centuries, creaked shut behind them, sealing them off from the outside world, leaving only the quiet murmur of their footsteps echoing in the dim light. Dust motes floated lazily through the thin beams of light that seeped through cracks in the high ceilings, casting ethereal shadows against the walls. Each step they took stirred up little clouds of dust, disrupting the long-standing stillness. Aelaric could hardly contain his eagerness. His piercing blue eyes roamed over the intricate carvings that adorned the temple's interior, each one depicting scenes of sacrifice and triumph, battles fought and legacies forged. Yet there was an undercurrent of sorrow to the imagery, as if the very stones mourned the lost stories etched into them. Lyra, however, was less enthralled. The herbalist remained close by, her dark eyes sharp and observant, scanning the vibrant murals for a hint of danger. "I hope this place isn't as ancient as it looks," she remarked dryly, her fingers grazing the cool stone. It was less a hope and more a caution, but the warmth in her voice tempered the seriousness of her tone. Aelaric chuckled, trying to dispel the unease thickening the air. "I'll bet this temple holds secrets older than even you," he teased, shooting her a playful grin. The corners of Lyra's lips twitched, hinting at amusement despite her lingering concern. He moved deeper into the corridor, letting his fingers drift over the faded inscriptions. One in particular caught his attention, and he paused, the smile fading from his face. The words seemed to pulse with a strange energy, carrying a weight that sank into his chest. To drink from the well, one must sacrifice a cherished memory. Aelaric narrowed his eyes, his brow furrowing as he absorbed the meaning behind the inscription. It sent a shiver down his spine, the implications churning his stomach. Lyra's attention shifted to the same inscription, her face darkening with worry as she absorbed its meaning. She exchanged a glance with Aelaric, a brief moment of shared apprehension sparking between them. "What kind of price is that?" she murmured, her voice barely above a whisper, as if speaking louder might summon the very spirits that lingered in the corners of the room. As if sensing the sudden tension, Ole stepped forward, his unruly white hair almost glowing in the dim light of the temple. He stood apart from the others, his posture rigid and resolved, his eyes glinting with an intense determination that seemed to cast aside any hesitation. "I plan to erase the tragedy that haunts my past," he declared, his voice firm, reverberating against the stone walls like a solemn promise. The silence that followed was palpable, hanging heavily in the air as the weight of his words settled over them. Aelaric felt the chill of the temple seep into his bones, the implications of Ole's declaration weighing heavily on his heart. He turned to Lira, seeking solace in her presence, only to find her gaze averted, lost in thought as she processed what they were confronted with. Ole continued, his passion igniting the air between them. "I cannot carry this burden any longer. If the well can grant me that, then I must consider it." His words punctuated the tension, each syllable thrusting the moral complexity of their situation to the forefront of their minds. Aelaric inhaled sharply, his youthful heart pounding against his ribcage as he confronted the enormity of their decision. "But at what cost?" he replied, his voice a mix of concern and youthful defiance. "Can we really afford to lose what makes us who we are?" Lira shifted, her fingers tracing the cool stone wall, as if finding comfort in the solidity of it. "There's a price to pay for our redemption," she interjected, her voice low and edged with a fierce concern. The certainty of her tone bore down upon Aelaric, igniting a flicker of fear in him, even as he admired her resolve. Ole stood slightly apart, his brow set with unyielding determination as he repeated, "I must rid myself of that one tragic memory." His voice dripped with resolve, each word weighed with intention, hinting at a struggle far beyond what they had yet to understand. The tension in the chamber felt almost alive, a charged energy that reverberated off the ancient stones as they processed their paths diverging in the darkness. Aelaric felt an electric buzz of uncertainty in the air, unsure of how to navigate the moral minefield they stood upon. As the flickering shadows danced across the temple walls, the question loomed larger than life itself: was the promise of healing worth the sacrifice of something irreplaceable? It hung there in the silence, an unspoken challenge, waiting for someone to give it a voice. The three of them shared a moment, the gravity of their adventure sinking deep within, binding them to their destinies in a way none of them could yet fully comprehend. And as they readied themselves to delve deeper into the heart of the temple, each of them bore the invisible weight of that question, their fates entwined by the looming specter of sacrifice that awaited them in the dark recesses ahead. In the heart of the temple, the broad chamber unfolded before them like the opening pages of an ancient tome. The air was cool and still, heavy with anticipation, as shafts of weak light poured through cracks in the ceiling, illuminating the dust that floated lazily like ghosts adrift in time. Aelaric stepped into the expanse, feeling the grandeur of the space seep into his bones, and drew his companions toward the central mural that promised revelations steeped in the very essence of their journey. The mural itself was a sprawling panorama that chronicled the well's legacy, its glory, its tragedies, and the sacrifices demanded of those who sought its power. Aelaric leaned in closer, studying the artistry with a mix of reverence and anxiety. The images danced before him, heroes emerging from the depths of the well, radiant with light, but interspersed were darker images of loss, of hearts wrenched from souls. It struck him with the weight of a stone, each detail reinforcing the ominous question looming over them. "Can we really afford to lose what makes us who we are?" Aelaric murmured, his voice thick with concern as he turned to face Lira and Ole, searching for answers in their expressions. Lyra's hand unconsciously brushed against the cool stone wall, her gaze fixed on the mural. "There's a price to pay for our redemption," she replied, her voice low yet firm, laden with an understanding that transcended mere words. There was a depth to her eyes that Aelaric had not seen before, an awareness shaped by the hardships she had encountered on her journey. Ole, standing slightly behind them, exuded an intensity that set him apart from his companions. His eyes, sharp and calculating, locked onto the murals as if they held the key to his salvation. "I must rid myself of that one tragic memory," he declared, the weight of his words echoing in the chamber, leaving an imprint in the silence that followed. The air seemed to crackle with tension. Each heartbeat felt like an echo of their collective uncertainty. Aelaric glanced between his two friends, measuring the gravity of Ole's resolve against Lira's guarded worry. He was torn. The idea of sacrificing a part of himself sent shivers down his spine, but he could see the desperation in Ole's stance, an urgent plea disguised as confidence. "Is it worth the risk?" Aelaric finally asked, his tone steady, though a flicker of doubt danced behind his eyes. "To lose a cherished memory could change everything about us." The group fell into an uneasy silence, the only sound the distant whisper of the wind outside, beckoning to them as if reminding them of the world beyond the temple's walls. Lyra's expression shifted as she considered Alaric's question. "There are memories that trap us," she said, her voice growing softer. "Some linger like shadows, haunting us even in moments of light. Perhaps they must be let go to heal." "Let go?" Aelaric echoed incredulously, shaking his head. "But those memories shape who we are. They teach us." "Or they bind us," Ole interjected, his tone sharpened by urgency. "I refuse to be held hostage by my past. The memory of my loss suffocates me. I have to believe the well can liberate me. This pain is a cage, and I'll do whatever it takes to break free." The intensity of his words drew a tight silence, forcing the trio to grapple with the gravity of Ole's confession. Each of them was entwined by their fears and aspirations, their shared burdens weaving a tapestry of connections more intricate than any mural could depict. Aelaric felt his jaw clench, the tension in his body mirroring the oppressive weight of the chamber. "You speak of liberation, but at what cost?" he pressed, frustration brewing in him like a storm. "Are we to trade pieces of ourselves for the chance to move forward? Will we truly emerge as whole people, or merely shadows of who we used to be?" Lira stepped closer, her dark eyes now softening as she reached out toward Aelaric. "Maybe it isn't about losing ourselves entirely," she suggested, her voice steady yet gentle. "Perhaps we can forge new identities from what we are willing to sacrifice. Change doesn't have to equate to loss, it can also mean growth." Aelaric hesitated, a flicker of hope sparking within him, yet uncertainty still wove its way through his thoughts. The concept was tantalizing, yet how could they know they would emerge unscathed? Moments passed in a charged silence, the only sound the distant echo of their breathing mingling with the whisper of ages gone by. Subtle cues danced between them, a tightened jaw from Aelaric, an anxious glance from Lira, a fierce resolve flickering behind Ole's intense gaze. Suddenly Lira spoke up again, her tone a touch more authoritative. "We must weigh our desires against the potential consequences. I won't throw away everything I cherish without understanding what it means." Her conviction resonated like a clarion call, stirring an awareness in Aelaric he hadn't realized was simmering beneath the surface. Ole regarded them with a mixture of determination and desperation. "I understand the stakes, but I cannot keep reliving this pain. I would do anything to emerge free from my memories." His sharp gaze darted back to the mural, lost in the weight of its meanings. As they continued to ponder the choices laid out before them, an electric tension filled the air, leaving them perched on the precipice of decision. Would they sacrifice pieces of their souls to attain freedom, or would they stand firm against the calling of the well, choosing instead to face their histories head-on? And with that question spiraling around them, a quiet resolve began to take root within the trio, binding them to one another with an understanding that their journey was more than just about redemption. It was a testament to the connections they forged, the memories they held dear, and the shadows they had to confront. In that moment, the promise of what lay ahead loomed large and intoxicating. Aelaric felt it like an unquenchable fire in his chest, urging him to step into the unknown with faith in his companions, and trust in the choices they would make together, whatever the cost may be. Chapter 12 – Echoes of the Past. The stone chamber lay shrouded in shadow, where the whispers of ancient runes intertwined with the heavy stillness of time itself. Aelaric Wrenhaven stepped inside, his heart thrumming with an exhilarating mix of excitement and anxiety. The cool air wrapped around him like an old cloak, and as he moved deeper into the chamber, the polished surface of the pedestal caught his eye, beckoning him with its crystalline glow. This was a place of power, a repository of history waiting to unveil its secrets to him, if he dared to embrace them. He paused, his fingers brushing against the weathered stone walls, tracing the outlines of chipped carvings depicting long-forgotten heroes and fearsome monsters. Each figure was a testament to battles fought and sacrifices made, their stories woven into the very fabric of the temple. In the dim light, those noble visages took on an ethereal quality, as if the past reached out to him in a silent plea. As he stood there, he felt a familiar stirring in his chest, a pull of duty, the restless energy of youth, battling the weight of expectation that came with his title. With a deep breath, Aelaric stepped closer to the pedestal at the center of the room. The crystalline artifact rested there, pulsating with a cool, shifting light that seemed to breathe in time with his own heartbeat. It was beautiful and mesmerizing, but there was something unsettling beneath its surface, a promise of ancient knowledge that dared him to delve deeper. He could feel it drawing him in, a whisper coaxing him forward. Clenching his jaw, he hesitated for only a moment before placing his hand upon the smooth surface. The moment his skin made contact, the chamber exploded with light, enveloping him in a vivid display that yanked him from reality. His surroundings faded, replaced by a whirlwind of colors and images. He gasped as visions cascaded through his mind, each one more haunting than the last. Lord Gavric Ravenshadow, a dark figure commanding shadows to do his bidding, raising a sinister power that pulsed like a heartbeat at the core of the realm. Alaric's eyes widened, unable to look away as he witnessed the intricacies of manipulation woven into a deadly tapestry, Gavric whispering orders to a gaunt sorcerer whose twisted features were cloaked in darkness. Time seemed to stretch and warp, the visions blurring into a sequence of conspiracies, blood-spattered banners flapping in a cold wind, and the unmistakable stench of cursed magic intertwining with insatiable ambition. A shudder ran down Alaric's spine, as a visceral fear clawed at his insides. He could almost hear the clatter of steel on steel, and feel the heat of fiery wrath in the distance, closing in like the jaws of some ancient beast. "By the gods," he murmured, struggling to ground himself amidst the chaos. As each image flitted through his mind like fireflies, the colors of conflict mingled with the shadow of dread, fleeting glimpses of the fates that awaited those who dared to oppose the Shadow Lord. His heart hammered in his chest, fists clenching with the intensity of his rising determination. He wanted to scream, to run, to confront the darkness that threatened to suffocate the hope of his people. The echo of his ragged breath mingled with the soft whisper of the ancient runes surrounding him, harmonizing into a haunting chant that seemed to implore him to remember the weight of destiny he now carried. Suddenly, as the last flicker of the vision ebbed away, Aelaric felt himself pulled back into the chamber, collapsing onto the cool stone floor. The echoes of his breath filled the air as he blinked against the remaining radiance, reeling from the magnitude of what he had witnessed. Sitting up, he leaned heavily against the pedestal, his hands trembling. There would be no denying it, dark forces were at work and they were rising in power. He felt the resolute spark of purpose igniting within him, pushing back the shadows of fear with an incandescent glow. Aelaric stood, straightening his posture, his thoughts coalescing into a single vow. He would not allow his home, the Wrenhaven Duchy, to fall victim to those who thrived on cruelty and chaos. With a steadying breath, he felt an undercurrent of hope, mixed with the heavy reality of the sacrifices he might have to make. The path forward lay ahead, illuminated by the truths he had unearthed, and he would walk it with courage and conviction come what may. In a quieter corner of the temple, Lira Nightshade stood alone, her attention riveted on the faded arcane inscriptions carved deep into the damp stone. Each symbol seemed to pulse with life beneath her fingertips as she traced their lines, a thrill coursing through her that felt both foreign and familiar. The air around her thickened with unspoken promises, a whisper from the well, urging her to delve deeper into the secrets that lay hidden in the shadows of this ancient sanctuary. She breathed in the musty scent of damp earth and stone, letting it anchor her in the moment. The flickering light of the crystalline artifact, echoing across the chamber, illuminated her face with an ethereal glow, creating an intimate cocoon of solitude that felt comforting yet perilous. Lira was no stranger to magic, having spent years among the herbs and wild remedies of her village, yet this was different, raw, unrefined power tinged with mystery and uncertainty. As her eyes danced over the symbols, she felt a tug at the corners of her consciousness, as if the very stone whispered her name and beckoned her towards a greater purpose. Suddenly, a surge of energy rippled through her body, startling her. Lira gasped, feeling the weight of magic thrumming beneath her skin, pulsating in time with her racing heart. The ground beneath her feet felt alive, a heartbeat resonating through the very core of the temple. In that moment, her connection to the well intensified, unlocking threads of understanding that she had only glimpsed in dreams. Her mind surged with visions, shadows swirling around her, intertwining destinies unfolding before her eyes. She closed her eyes tightly, surrendering to the sensations as vivid colors and sensations washed over her. As if awakening from a long sleep, fragments of forgotten memories flooded her thoughts, the stories of guardianship passed down through generations, an ancient lineage meant to protect the delicate balance between magic and the mundane. She had often dismissed those tales as fanciful myth, yet here she stood, in the heart of the temple, feeling that lineage wrap around her like a cloak. The reality of her destiny settled heavily on her shoulders, thrilling and terrifying all at once. Nearby, Ole Stonecroft leaned against a crumbling column, his sharp, calculating eyes observing her. His expression was troubled, an inscrutable frown deepening the lines etched into his angular features. Lira opened her eyes and glanced towards him, the gazes locking in a moment of shared understanding. He could feel the magic too, could sense the awakening within her, yet his own burdens clouded the air between them. "I could not let my loved ones suffer that fate again," Ole murmured in a low voice, his tone laden with regret and determination. It was a confession steeped in shadows, suggesting a past entwined with loss, pain, and the dark edge of desperation. As his words hung in the air, they coiled around Lira, binding them with the same unseen thread that connected her to the well's magic. "What do you mean?" Lira asked, her brow furrowing with concern. The urgency in his voice hinted at a deeper story, and she could feel a pull of empathy nudging her towards him. His gaze softened for a moment, the sharp edges of his demeanor giving way to vulnerability. "There was a time when I failed those who trusted me. Power can corrupt, but it can also compel one to fight harder for what truly matters. I made a vow never to let darkness take anyone else I love." His voice held a fragile strength, the conviction forged through hardship. Lira sensed the gravity of his words, feeling the air around them grow dense with the weight of unspoken burdens and shared secrets. In the quiet temple, The murmuring of magic began to harmonize with the heavy pulse of their intertwined fates. As the shimmering light from the artifact flickered, illuminating their figures in an ephemeral glow, Lira could sense her own potential coalescing alongside Ole's promises. A thick silence settled among them, punctuated by the distant whispers of the ancient runes, each echo reverberating the truths they would have to confront together. The moment was charged with revelation. They were bound by their respective paths, fraught with tension and promise. Each breath brought forth the realization that the fight against Gavric's impending darkness would require unity. They stood at a precipice, sensing the tides of fate shifting beneath their feet, propelled forward by their intertwined destinies. With the artifact's glow intensifying, Lira took a step towards Ole, determination blossoming within her. "We will stop him," she declared, the words feeling resolute as they echoed against the temple's stone walls. In that moment, as camaraderie forged a bridge between the three destinies entwined within the ancient chamber, Lira felt a renewed strength swell in her heart. "Yes," Ole replied, nodding with conviction. Together. Alaric's vision of impending darkness, Lira's awakening bond with the well, and Ole's haunted past converged into a singular understanding. They were not just observers in the web of fate, but participants armed with courage, ready to confront the shadows of their future. Chapter 13: Betrayal at the Crossroads. As the group navigated through the scattered ruins, the air thick with the scent of damp earth and wild herbs, they neared the crumbling stone outcrop that signaled the well's location. Jagged shadows clawed at the last flickers of twilight, wrapping the old stones in a somber embrace, when a sudden movement sliced through the air. Ole, emerging like a wraith from the dark, held aloft a small, ornate vial that glittered ominously in the fading light. With a chilling grin he uncorked the vial, a bitter, frothing liquid seething within. Before Aelaric and Lira could comprehend the danger, he unleashed the concoction in a sweeping arc, splashing the acrid liquid across them. Aelaric felt the potion splatter against his skin, a wave of cold seeping through the fabric of his shirt. Instantly his limbs grew heavy, each muscle crying out as he staggered back. The metallic taste flooding his mouth mingled with the rancid odor of burning herbs that clawed at his senses. "What?" Lira gasped, her voice thickened as the toxin took hold. She met his eyes. Confusion and shock mirrored in the depths of her piercing gaze, but before either could formulate a coherent response, their strength evaporated like morning mist. The world tilted, the stone floor rushing up to greet them, as they crumpled beneath the weight of the alchemical betrayal. Ole's sneer widened, satisfaction glimmering like the potion's bitter liquid as he barked out, "This is just the beginning," his voice dripped with malice. With a mocking flourish he darted away, slipping through the overgrown path that twisted beyond the ruins, leaving the two crumpled on the damp stone floor, shadows pooling around them like a cloak of despair. The last remnants of twilight dimmed, as they fought against the encroaching darkness that clouded their vision. Aelaric struggled to draw a breath, his heart racing not just from the toxic effects, but from a raw, desperate urge to rise. He had to find a way to stop Ole before the power they sought slipped through his fingers. Beside him Lira lay motionless, her frame still, and he felt the fear creeping in, an unsettling echo that whispered of their vulnerability. Slowly, the haze that clouded Alaric's mind began to lift, each breath a reminder of his aching limbs, and the bitter aftertaste lingering on his tongue. The chill of the damp stone floor seeped into his back as he lay sprawled, a dull throb echoing in his head as he blinked against the dim light filtering through the ruins. It took a moment to gather himself, but even as awareness returned, panic clawed at his insides. "Lira," he managed to croak, the sound escaping his dry throat like a whisper of desperation. He rolled to the side, and through blurred vision he caught sight of her form still nestled against the stones. The sight of her sent an urgent jolt through him, and he forced himself upright, the effort reminiscent of pushing against the weight of a boulder. With each shaky movement, he braced himself against the rough surface, fingers scraping along the cold stone as he finally pulled himself to his feet. "We have to." A sharp intake of breath interrupted him as Lira stirred, her dark hair spilling around her like a tangled halo. "What happened?" she murmured, the rasp in her voice underscoring the gravity of their predicament. "Ole. He betrayed us," Aelaric said, his voice regaining some steadiness as the truth settled like lead in his gut. "We can't let him claim that power." The urgency in his tone reflected the racing of his heart, the need for action escalating within him. She met his gaze, her green eyes sharpening, assessing the situation with an intensity that both challenged and soothed him. "We either follow him now or lose our only chance," she countered sharply, the practicality of her words grounding him in the swirl of uncertainty. They exchanged terse glances, gauging each other's resolve. It wasn't just the potion that had laid them low, it was the weight of their quest pressing down upon their shoulders. Aelaric shook his head, unwilling to accept defeat. "We can't let him get away. If he finds the well." "I agree, but rushing in now could cost us everything," Lira interjected, her brows knitting together as she weighed the risks. "We need to regroup first, find out if we're truly alone." In the stillness of the ruins, the echo of their conversation bounced off the ancient stones, the distant drip of water seeping into their awareness, a rhythmic reminder of time passing. The sense of the earth and decay swirled around them, underscoring their predicament. Alaric's eyes flitted around the dimly lit area, searching for signs, shadows creeping at the edges of his vision. "We need to move," he insisted, drawing from the strength bubbling within him, determined to push through the fatigue gripping their limbs. As he glanced toward the way Ole had vanished, the tension coiled tighter within him. "I'll follow his trail if you keep watch." With a slow, calculated nod, Lira pushed herself up, leaning against a weathered column for support. The two shared a brief but determined glance, the unspoken understanding echoing between them. They were in this together. Before they could fully compose themselves, a sound caught their attention, quick footsteps approaching from the direction Ole had fled. Just as Aelaric and Lira readied themselves to pursue the shadow of Ole, a cacophony of clattering armor interrupted their thoughts, echoing through the ruins like a foreboding heartbeat. Panic surged as they exchanged wide-eyed glances, the tension palpable in the thick air surrounding them. The steps grew louder, each thud a stark reminder that they were far from alone. From the shadowed tree line emerged Lord Gavric's forces, an imposing assembly that radiated authority and danger. At the forefront, the composed figure of Arya Silverthorn cut through the gloom, her presence a chilling counterpoint to the chaos that roiled within Aelaric and Lira. Dressed in muted tones, her grey-green eyes scanned the surroundings with a sharp clarity that revealed her keen sense for danger. Aelaric instinctively motioned toward Lira, urging her to crouch behind a shattered column. They huddled close, the rough surface of the ancient stone cool against their skin, amplifying their sense of urgency, as the metallic scent of rain on damp earth mingled with the weight of anticipation in the air. The footfalls grew nearer, punctuated by Arya's measured commands, echoing like a cold breeze through the trees. "There's nowhere to hide," she called, her voice smooth and unyielding, embodying the very essence of command. Heart racing, Aelaric whispered to Lira, "We must keep moving after him." The conviction surged in him, fueled by the knowledge of what was at stake. Ole couldn't reach the well first. "But if we engage now, we risk everything," Lira countered, her voice tinged with a sharp urgency that highlighted their predicament. The instinct to fight battled against the need for survival, and her eyes gleamed with a flicker of resolve, weighing their options in that heartbeat of uncertainty. They listened intently as Arya barked orders to her men, the whispered dialogue weaving an air of confusion that swirled around them like the mist creeping through the ancient stones. Aelaric pressed further, feeling the weight of leadership and urgency upon him. If we wait, he'll gain an insurmountable lead. We need to distract them and pursue. With a glance toward the troops gathering around Arya, Lira grimaced. And risk revealing our positions? You know how sharp her eyes are. We can't afford to be cornered. The tension in her voice underscored their dilemma, the thin line they balanced upon. Then what's your plan? He asked, frustration mingling with urgency. Her brow furrowed as she considered their situation, quickly assessing their surroundings and the shifting dynamics. We create a distraction, make it seem like we're further away than we are. It's the only way. Nodding, Aelaric took a deep breath, formulating their escape strategy with her sharp insights ringing in his ears. On 3 then. We move left and… Before he could finish, a soldier's shout pierced the air, breaking through their cautious exchange. There! I saw them by the column. Adrenaline surged, propelling them into action. They shifted swiftly, determination hardening their resolve as they prepared to retreat from their makeshift ambush spot, hearts racing, pulses quickening in sync, as they propelled themselves into the shadows of the ruins, leaving behind the threat of discovery and chasing down the only glimmer of hope that remained. Chapter 14: The Guardian's Test. As Aelaric and Lira crossed the threshold into the outer sanctum of the well, the vast chamber unfolded before them like a story written in stone. Ancient runes glowed faintly against the cool walls, their pulsating light casting shifting shadows that danced around them. The air was alive with a low hum of magic, vibrating through their very bones, and an uneasy excitement coiled within Alaric's chest as he took in the monumental sight. Lira stepped beside him, her eyes flickering over the intricacies of the runes, betraying a hint of wonder even as determination steeled her posture. The chamber felt both inviting and foreboding, a place where time itself seemed to hold its breath. Alaric's athletic figure cut a striking silhouette against the ethereal glow, his piercing blue eyes scanning the room as if searching for hidden meanings amongst the carvings. Each step echoed softly against the stone floor, the sound mingling with the underlying hum, creating a rhythm that quickened his pulse. He sensed that every corner of this ancient space was watching, waiting. Before them lay a spectacle that sent a shiver down their spines. Ole Stonecroft, trapped behind a shimmering barrier that crackled with energy. His angular form appeared almost ghostly against the radiant light, sharp eyes narrowed in frustration and focused determination. It was a haunting image that spoke of desperation, igniting a fierce protectiveness in Aelaric. He and Lira exchanged a brief glance, a silent pact forming between them in that moment. Whatever it took, they would not leave him behind. With cautious resolve, they advanced toward the barrier, the atmosphere thickening with anticipation. Each step brought them closer to the enigmatic figure locked within, their breaths steadying as adrenaline coursed through their veins. Lira's hands clenched into fists at her sides, an instinctive reaction to the pressure of the situation, while Aelaric felt the reassuring weight of his sword hilt beneath his fingers, a reminder of the strength he carried within. But just as they reached the barrier's edge, a figure emerged from the shadows, breaking the tense silence. Lira Moonshadow appeared with an ethereal grace, her presence almost a shift in the air. The silver white of her hair reflected the pulsating light as she moved, layers of deep blue and silver fabric rippling around her like water. Her sharp, calculating eyes, ageless and full of wisdom, settled on Aelaric and Lira, as if she could see straight into their souls. "Only those pure of heart may approach the well," she declared, her voice resonant and clear, reverberating through the chamber. The words hung in the air, wrapping around them like a spell, as the very ground seemed to resonate with her authority. Aelaric felt the weight of her gaze, a mix of warmth and challenge. The barriers they faced, both the physical one holding Ole captive, and the emotional hurdles waiting to be revealed, loomed larger now, their significance stretching before them. He sensed Lyra's resolve mirror his own, the tension between the three of them palpable as the barrier pulsed again, the air charged with a mixture of uncertainty and hope. In that moment time seemed suspended. The outcome of their trials would determine not just Ole's fate, but also the course of their own destinies. Ira remained silent, observing them with a knowing calm, allowing the moment to breathe as the atmosphere thickened around them, pregnant with possibilities. As Ira watched with an inscrutable gaze, Aelaric felt a shift in the atmosphere, the chamber humming in anticipation. With a flick of her wrist, she beckoned him forward, her voice ringing like a bell that resonated in the depths of his soul. "Confront your heart's desire and your greatest fear," she instructed, her tone a strange mix of guidance and challenge. It felt as if the very walls themselves were leaning closer, urging him into the unknown that awaited just beyond the veil of reality. He stepped forward, the stone floor cool beneath his feet, and with a blink the chamber around him dissolved. A burst of light engulfed him, and suddenly he found himself in a grand throne room, an opulent spectacle crafted from his deepest aspirations. The walls shimmered with gold, the intricate carvings of his ancestral lineage telling tales of glory and might. At the center stood a lustrous throne, embellished with sapphires and pearls that seemed to radiate power. Yet, as the vision materialized, he felt a chilling loneliness settle in his chest. Adorned in regal attire, he looked every bit the young Lord of Wrenhaven, but the allure of his position faded under the cold, unfeeling gazes of the courtiers surrounding him. They whispered among themselves, their expressions masked but their disdain palpable, filling the room with an icy air that made his heart race. The weight of his ambition pressed down on him, and he realized that ruling came with a price. As he raised his chin and attempted to address his subjects, his voice trembled, betraying a fear that gripped him tighter than any sword ever could. The throne, beautiful and enticing, seemed to glow with mockery, a symbol of both his dreams and the isolation he could never escape. "Is this the cost of ambition?" he thought, as a chill swept through him, forcing him to tighten his grip on the hilt of his sword. Back in the chamber, Aelaric's features contorted with turmoil, unaware of how intensely he fought against the vision that played out before him. The grandeur faded, replaced by the pressing realization that he stood alone amid the opulence. The courtiers that once served as advisors now felt like specters, echoing the question that loomed, what good was a crown when all it offered was solitude? Across the chamber, Lira had also been pulled into her own trial, the vivid imagery of her village materializing around her like a nightmare unfurling. Ghostly figures haunted the edges of her vision, gaunt faces twisted with suffering. Once vibrant fields were now barren and desolate, a cruel testament to the spectral sorcerer's curse. A scream was lodged in her throat as she witnessed the echoes of her past, the anguish of her people entwined with her own heartache. The air became heavy, suffocating with grief. Lira reached out instinctively, her fingers brushing against the spectral forms of her villagers, feeling their pain resonate in the marrow of her bones. Each phantom bore silent witness to her failure to save them, her hands trembling with the weight of their despair. "This isn't what I wanted," she whispered, her voice catching as the tightening in her throat made it hard to breathe. Simultaneously, the chamber pulsed with a surging energy, as Aelaric's and Lyra's experiences collided. The echoes of their fears resonated together, merging the spectre of ambition with the ghosts of past failures. The air crackled around them, pulsating as if the very magic in the room was feeding off their turmoil. Through it all, Ira observed with an unwavering calm, her presence both a comfort and a challenge. The walls of the chamber echoed with their struggles, deepening the resonance of their conflicting desires as the trial reached its apex. Aelaric clenched his fists, bracing against the vision before him, while Lyra's breath came in short gasps, each painful reminder of what had been lost hammering home the essence of her independence. As they grappled with their realities, the atmosphere thickened, charged with the very essence of their fears and desires. Aelaric and Lira stood at the precipice of understanding, their visions not merely reflections of what they faced, but also the beginnings of transformation. Each realization would lead them closer to who they truly were, not just in the eyes of others, but in the depths of their own hearts. Chapter 15 – Echoes of Destiny. In the dim light of the sanctum, shadows danced along the stone walls, mirroring the undulating glow of the well at the world's end. The air hung thick with unspoken possibilities, a fine balance between hope and dread. Aelaric Wrenhaven stood tall, his piercing blue eyes locked on the water's surface, where strange images shimmered and shifted like a delicate dream ready to collapse. Beside him, Lira Nightshade remained silent, her brow furrowed in thought, as the weight of their futures hung heavily in the air between them. The well was ancient, its stones worn smooth by the passage of time, yet the water itself glimmered with an otherworldly vitality. The gentle murmur of the water seemed to weave a melody that echoed in the corners of the sanctum, enveloping them in a sense of reverence. Aelaric could feel the presence of ages long past, each whisper a story of lives entwined with destiny. It stirred something deep within him, an instinctive urge to seek answers, to unravel the complexities of fate that stretched beyond the shimmering surface. As he focused on the rippling water, the first vision materialized, a future where he ruled with wisdom, his people's smiles brightening the landscape of his duchy. Fields of golden wheat swayed in the breeze, laughter ringing out from the market square as his subjects looked upon him with love and respect. There was warmth in this vision, a feeling of belonging that ignited something hopeful in his chest. But like the snap of a candle's flame, it twisted darkly, as another image pushed its way forward. His face morphed, hardened, reflecting a cruel tyrant, a cold man whose laughter echoed like a storm. A deep sense of dread clutched at him as he watched the people's joy dissolve into suffering, their faces twisted in despair under his iron fist. Aelaric tightened his grip on the hilt of his family's heirloom sword, the cool metal grounding him against the nightmare unfolding before his eyes. It was a juxtaposition of power, a fleeting moment of glory, weighed against the gravity of oppression. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his breath quickened as he grappled with the implications. Was he destined to be the beacon of hope, or would he fall into darkness? He cast a glance sideways at Lira, who stood vigilant and still, her gaze transfixed by the water's dance. The faint lines of worry etched on her forehead softened for just an instant, as the visions washed over her. The next image emerged, bringing her village into view bathed in vibrant colors. Children played, their laughter like music mingling with the sweet scent of blooming herbs, a tapestry of life restored. Her heart raced at the thought, yet it swiftly twisted to a darker figure looming at the edge of her happiness, shrouded in shadows, chains around her own image as if binding her to the well forever. The air crackled between them with the tension of their individual struggles, the joy of her visions edged by the bitter sting of sacrifice. Aelaric felt the pang in his chest echoing her silent anguish. Her eyes narrowed with uncertainty, catching the light of the shimmering water like jewels, revealing the inner battle brewing within her. Each glimpse into their futures exposed layers of vulnerability, threading between the two of them like a bond woven tighter with every vision shown. They exchanged brief glances marked by clenched jaws, steadying breaths, and unspoken understanding. In this moment, the world around them faded, the ambient noise of the sanctum blending into a soft backdrop of murmurs and clinks. The rich scent of damp earth filled the air, and the gentle thrum of life lingered around them as they readied themselves for what was to come. With deliberate motions, Aelaric adjusted his stance, the leather of his armor creaking softly, grounding him as visions turned chaotic. Lyra's fingers brushed against the multiple pouches at her side, filled with her precious herbs and concoctions, ready for any eventuality. Their internal dialogue simmered beneath the surface, the tension between the radiant hope of Aelaric's potential and the harsh chains binding Lyra's fate resonated like the chime of distant bells. What if it all unravels? Lyra's eyes glinted, a mix of worry and resolve reflecting back at him. The question hung heavy, a truth they both faced yet struggled to acknowledge. Aelaric released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding, a flicker of humor momentarily easing the weight on his chest. Would it not be a sight? The kingdom shrouded in chaos, and me. Just a humble tyrant, he managed, a weak attempt to lighten the palpable tension. But her lips thinned, laughter trapped behind a veil of uncertainty. As they steadied their breaths, the visions faded momentarily, leaving only the subtle hum of the well mingling with their own heartbeat. Each second stretched like an eternity, filled with uncertainty, yet they stood firm, two souls on the precipice of something monumental. But still, deep down, they knew the cost of their destinies would not be so easily defined. As the ripples settled once more, the looming possibility of their futures beckoned, each a potential path shaped by the choices they made. And as the visions of hope and darkness entwined before them, neither was ready to turn away. The sanctum's calm shattered with a thunderous crash as the massive stone doors flew open, a whirlwind of dust and turmoil rushing in like an unleashed beast. Harsh shouts echoed off the cold walls, drowning out the well's murmurs and sending tremors through the air. Aelaric Wrenhaven's heart raced, adrenaline spiking as he instinctively drew his sword, the blade glinting ominously in the dim light. Beside him, Lira Nightshade moved with practiced grace, her hands already dancing over her herbs, ready to unleash the power she wielded with fierce precision. The tranquility that had cocooned them moments before gave way to a frenzy of clattering armor and sharp commands. Soldiers clad in dark metal stormed the sanctum like a wave crashing against stone, the noise reverberating through Aelaric's very bones. His grip on the hilt tightened, knuckles white against the leather, while his eyes darted to Lira. In her expression he found a mirrored resolve. Both were faced with an unexpected trial that demanded quick thinking and unparalleled bravery. "Prepare yourself," Aelaric shouted, voice steady despite the tempest around them. He took a step forward, adopting a defensive stance, every inch of him prepared to fight. His thoughts raced, recalling stories of Lord Gavric's tactics, of how he often sent his soldiers forth with calculated precision, his eyes like a hawk surveying the battlefield. Yet here, against the chaos, Aelaric felt the weight of his duty settle upon him like a heavy cloak. Lyra's eyes flashed with determination, fingers deftly finding the vial of potent elixir nestled among her pouches. She took a measured step back, ready to unleash her craft. Her mind was a whirlpool of potential, the practical knowledge of her studies, and the arcane arts converging into a singular purpose. "We'll give them more than they expect," she declared, her voice steady, cutting through the rising din with sharp conviction. The first wave of enemies descended, their armor clanking in ominous harmony. Aelaric stepped into action, blade slicing through the air with precision as he engaged the nearest soldier. Metal rang against metal, the clash sending sparks flying, each strike a symphony of defiance against the invading force. He danced around his opponent, movements fluid yet purposeful, each thrust of his sword defined by the grace of training and the raw urgency of the moment. Lira, not far behind, began to chant, her words mingling with the swirling energy of the sanctum. Green glimmers flared at her fingertips as she summoned her herbal magic, a bloom of fragrant power that rolled like a summer breeze. She launched a concoction towards another foe, a slick elixir that exploded into vibrant petals, each one engulfing the enemy in a cloud of sleepy haze. The soldier stumbled, his movements suddenly sluggish, and Aelaric caught a glimpse of the panic in the man's eyes before delivering the decisive blow. The atmosphere crackled, swirling around them like a living entity as the battle unfolded, a tapestry of shouts, fierce exchanges, and raw determination. Aelaric felt the rush of excitement, mingling with the stark reality of the fight. This was no mere skirmish, it was a crucible that would define them both. As one soldier fell, another took his place, a relentless tide pressing forward with purpose. Aelaric felt the surge of combat thrill him, a warmth in his chest ignited by adrenaline rather than guilt. Each clash rang out like a war drum, calling forth the courage they would need to overcome. A glance at Lira showcased the harmony they had cultivated. Her quick movements beside his striking steel bore witness to their unspoken pact. "Let's push them back," Aelaric bellowed, determination amplifying his voice. He could feel the heartbeat of the sanctum in his veins, echoing the sounds of their defiance. Lira caught his gaze, and there it was, the shared spark that ignited the fire within. "Onward," she retorted sharply, a wry smile playing at her lips that defied the chaos surrounding them. They rushed forward, fierce warriors united in their cause, each action sharpening the bond they had forged in the fires of ambition and survival. Steel clashed against steel, their strikes merging into a dynamic dance of combat. Aelaric's blade met another soldier, parrying and slashing with instinctual confidence, while Lira unleashed a torrent of herbal magic, crafting barriers of shimmering energy that flared around them. The cacophony of the battle surged, heightened by the screams of the beleaguered, the clink of armor, and the flickering light of spells cast in desperation. "Don't let them break through," Aelaric shouted, as an enemy attempted to flank him from behind. With a swift motion, he pivoted and delivered a backhanded strike, feeling the rush of victory against the clash of uncertainty. The world around him faded, as he focused on the immediate threat, forcing his mind to push aside the doubts that would only impede him now. Chaos reigned, but in this maelstrom clarity emerged, the knowledge that they would not go quietly, nor would they allow fear to define them. The exhilaration coursed through his veins as they pressed onward, their synergy igniting a path through their adversaries. In that frenzied battleground, with enemies converging from all sides, Aelaric and Lira fought as one. Through the gusts of chaos, they exchanged determined glances, each affirmation bolstering their resolve in this storm of uncertainty. And amidst the sound of clanging metal and shouts echoing against ancient stone, a singular thought rang clear: they would meet whatever fate awaited them with courage forged in the crucible of battle. Chapter 16: Battle for the Well. In the ancient, echoing expanse of the well's chamber, shadows danced like whispers, and the air pulsed with the tremors of impending magic. Aelaric Wrenhaven squared his shoulders, steel gleaming in hand, as he faced Lord Gavric Ravenshadow, the formidable Shadow Lord. Around them, the chaotic clash of steel against stone rang out, every sound a promise of conflict as determination met ruthless ambition. Aelaric lunged, and the true test of his courage began. The chamber's high ceilings, adorned with faded runes of a forgotten era, seemed to loom over the two nobles. Aelaric's breath quickened, his heart pounding not just from the exertion of battle, but from the weight of expectation that followed him like a shadow. He had trained long for this moment, his mind racing with the lessons imparted by Sir Tristan, Every thrust, every parry mattered. With a swift strike aimed at Gavric's midsection, Aelaric felt the rush of energy coursing through him, propelling him forward. "Your ambition ends here," Aelaric declared, the echo of his voice filling the chamber, defiance woven through every syllable. Gavric parried, the clash of their blades sending sparks dancing into the dim light. The Shadow Lord smirked, his dark eyes glinting with the thrill of the duel. "You dare to challenge me, young lord? How quaint." He stepped back, poised like a coiled snake, waiting to strike. His counterattack was fluid and calculated, an overhead swing aimed to test Aelaric's resolve. But Aelaric remembered his training. He feinted left and darted to the right, narrowly avoiding the ruthless arc of Gavric's blade. The room held its breath as their movements wove a tapestry of steel, each motion telling stories of their families, their ambitions, and the high stakes of the confrontation. Meanwhile, nearby, the air crackled with an entirely different kind of energy. Lira Nightshade stood amidst the chaos, her long dark hair braided tightly, as she hurled bursts of vibrant herbal enchantments toward Arya Silverthorn. With deft precision, she commanded the essence of the earth, channeling her knowledge into each explosive spell. The herbs danced in the air, trailing wisps of green and gold as they clashed against shimmering barriers summoned by Arya. "Oh, you'll need more than herbs to save you, Nightshade." Arya shot back, her voice laced with dry humor as she spun gracefully, evading Lyra's latest spell with an elegance that left the onlookers awestruck. Her own magic twisted into serpentine forms, sparks of energy creating arcs that illuminated the chamber. Each retort was a careful dance of wit and spellcraft, transforming their duel into a mesmerizing spectacle of verbal and elemental jabs. In the midst of the swirling chaos, Ole Stonecroft lingered at the fringes, his tall figure hesitating as he observed the unfolding battle. Conflict knotted within him, the old alchemist's troubled frown betraying the uncertainty gripping his heart. Every clash of metal and incantation was a reminder of the consequences that swirled around this confrontation. Could he risk his intervention when the lines between ally and enemy blurred so profoundly? His sharp eyes darted from Aelaric's fierce determination to Gavric's calculated strikes, his mind racing with possibilities, questions sparking like fire in his thoughts. Lira Moonshadow, the enigmatic presence in the room, hovered just beyond the melee. Her silver-white hair glimmered, the intricate braids adorned with tiny crystals that caught the dim light. Though seemingly ethereal, her connection to the well's ancient energy was tangible. With each graceful gesture, she silently reinforced the protective aura surrounding the chamber, her magic a quiet pulse that flickered against the chaos threatening to breach the delicate balance. As Aelaric and Gavric continued their intense exchange, the atmosphere thickened with suspense. With every clang of steel, Aelaric fought not just for victory, but for his place in a legacy marred by expectations. He felt the surge of responsibility pressing down on him as he squared off against the Lord, who so effortlessly wielded fear as his weapon. The duel intensified, each man testing the other's limits, frustration mingling with admiration as their skills clashed. Aelaric could almost hear Sir Tristan's voice urging him to focus, to tap into the well of determination that resided deep within. With a sudden burst of clarity, he executed a precise riposte, turning the tide as Gavric stumbled, the calculated menace in his eyes momentarily flickering. "You dare defy me?" Gavric hissed, the audacity of Aelaric's move shaking the Dark Lord's composure. All around them, Lyra's magical onslaught surged, creating a chaotic ballet that illuminated the air with colors and flashes. Yet, amidst the grand display of light and enchantment, Ole remained tethered to his uncertainty, while Lyra's glimmers shone as whispers of hope against a backdrop of potential destruction. The chamber quivered, holding its breath as Aelaric's resolve hardened, ready to embrace whatever came next in this crucible of destiny. The furious duel surged onward, an intricate dance of power and strategy, with Aelaric recalling Sir Tristan's disciplined maneuvers. Each feint and strike wove a narrative of its own, a clash of youthful ambition against calculated ambition, while laughter and frustration mingled in the air, an electrifying reminder that each moment brought them closer to victory or defeat. With newfound resolve, Aelaric feinted to the left, his blade glinting sharply as it whirred through the air. Gavric, however, was ever watchful. He seized the moment with ruthless precision, swinging down an overhead arc that could have split a tree in two. Aelaric's pulse quickened as he sidestepped the blow, the world around him narrowing into focus as he found his footing. Sir Tristan's teachings echoed in his mind, a mantra of discipline guiding his thoughts. "Is that all you have?" Aelaric challenged, breathless but not deterred, the defiance ringing clear even as he turned the momentum back in his favor. Gavric's dark eyes flashed with contempt. "You are but a boy playing at a man's game," he retorted, steel ringing as they clashed again, their blades sending sparks cascading against the stone walls. Nearby, Lira and Arya spun their own whirlwind, a veritable dance of enchantments filling the air with bursts of color and sound. Lira, her face set in determination, unleashed a wave of herbal energy that blossomed like flowers in a spring sun, the fragrance rich and invigorating. "I've got plenty of tricks up my sleeve, Silverthorn," she called, laughter threading through her words as she wove her magic. Arya dodged nimbly, her dark hair whipping as she countered with twisting spells that shimmered and wreathed, crackling against Lyra's vibrant bursts. "I assure you, Nightshade, my magic is far more refined than your herbal remedies." Each jab, accompanied by sharp retorts, turned their conflict into a captivating spectacle of wits and skills. The tension soared higher with every clever exchange, each moment hanging delicately in the balance. Yet Ole lingered at the edge, grappling with his choices. Each clang of metal echoed in his chest, pulling him closer to the chaos of battle. With uncertainty tightening its grip, he felt the weight of his past pressing upon him, old truths and responsibilities battling against the urge to step into the fray. His heart raced. He was a scholar, not a soldier. Yet something urged him forward as he caught sight of Aelaric's unwavering determination, a flicker of hope igniting in his chest. Perhaps he could aid in the task at hand. Perhaps there was power in joining the struggle against darkness. Lira Moonshadow remained a calm figure amidst the storm, her ancient presence glowing softly in the charged atmosphere. Every gesture she made reinforced the well's protective aura, threads of magic shimmering in the air like whispers of wisdom. Her quiet guidance provided a stark contrast to the raging battle, the reminder that while power clashed violently, tranquility was equally potent. With each wave of her hand, the magic swirled and flickered, drawing back stray spells that threatened to unravel the energies entwined in the chamber. As Aelaric danced with Gavric, a fierce roar of determination overtook him, spurred by the weight of family legacy and the honor of his station. He saw Gavric stumble, misjudgment etched across the ruthless lord's features, and seized the opportunity. Aelaric's blade struck, a precise thrust that mirrored all the lessons learned under Sir Tristan's watchful gaze. The impact resonated throughout the chamber, sending shockwaves through the air, each sound an echo of destiny fulfilled. "Your ambition ends here," he reiterated, breath heavy, resolve like iron in his veins. Gavric staggered, and for a fleeting moment doubt flickered in his eyes. The room trembled as Aelaric prepared for his next move, ready to push back against the darkness that threatened not just his family, but all he held dear. In this moment, with chaos swirling around them, laughter still tinged the air, twisting through Lyra's and Arya's relentless duel. Ole felt the warmth of courage bubbling up, a steely resolve swelling within him. He stepped forward, compelled by the charge of magic and clashing blades, ready to tip the scales in their favor. Together, they stood at the cusp of a monumental clash, a battle not just for power, but for identity, for courage, for the very essence of their intertwined destinies. In the echoing chamber of the well, choices had to be made, and each movement carried the weight of a story that was only beginning to unfold. Chapter 17: The Ultimate Sacrifice. The echoing chamber of the well wrapped itself in a cool mist, the air tinged with the scent of ancient magic and faded battles. The soft lapping of shimmering waters danced like whispers against the stone walls, where shadows of forgotten glories lingered. Lord Aelaric Wrenhaven stood at the precipice of fate, his piercing blue eyes fixed on Lira Nightshade, who was slowly drawn toward the luminous pool, her movements stiff and uncertain as if an invisible hand beckoned her closer. As she edged nearer, Aelaric felt the weight of the moment pressing against his chest, mingling with a restless energy that mirrored the depths of the chamber around him. He could almost hear the echoes of the past, the ghostly murmurs of those who had come before him, those who had failed in their pursuits. The cool mist kissed his face, refreshing yet disquieting, each droplet hanging like the uncertainty in his heart. Aelaric. The sound of her voice was a fragile thread, slipping through the vastness of the chamber like a plea for reassurance. Her words broke the silence but deepened the tension as they hung in the air, vibrant and alive. He knew that tone too well. It spoke of her hesitance, the guarded resolve that had kept her heart encased in layers of independence. Aelaric stepped forward, his booted feet echoing on the ancient stone floor, a rhythmic testament to his determination. Every heartbeat resonated with an urge to bridge the widening gap between ambition and the palpable care he felt for her. He stretched out his trembling hand, fingers trembling slightly as they hovered in the cool air, hoping that some invisible bond would guide them closer. Lyra's features tightened, the glow of the well reflecting off her sharp cheekbones, casting soft shadows that danced along the edges of her expression. Aelaric watched as her fingers reached out, instinctively seeking balance against the invisible pull, and for a brief moment their worlds collided in a shared understanding of what lay at stake. The well shimmered enticingly, its surface smooth and inviting, yet Aelaric sensed the danger lurking beneath its beauty. Each step felt like a lifetime stretching the space between them, and he fought against the chaos swirling in his mind. Could he save her from this unwelcome fate, from being ensnared by an ancient curse? What would it mean to confront the expectations of his family, and his duty as the young Lord of Wrenhaven? Yet in that moment, those thoughts felt secondary to the urgency of Lyra's presence. Her gaze met his, and in that connection he saw the flickering flame of doubt dimly illuminated by trust. "Aelaric," she repeated, softer this time, a blend of apprehension and something deeper. It pulled at his heart, and he felt a warmth spread through him, intertwining with the icy grip of fear that surrounded them both. He could hear the faint drip of water from the ceiling, the quiet rustle of something otherworldly around them, magic threading through the chamber like a long-lost song. The air felt charged, each moment resonating with potential, and he wanted to seize that power. Lyra needed him now more than ever. With every ounce of resolve he could muster, Aelaric stepped closer, willing the tension between them to shatter. He had to reach her before she was lost to the seductive call of the well, a guardian bound to an undesired fate. And as he crossed that invisible line, the lingering shadows of uncertainty began to dissipate, replaced by a growing conviction that he could not let her go. "Aelaric, wait," she called, her voice laced with both a plea and a warning. But he was already moving, each stride bringing them closer to a reckoning they could no longer avoid. The air thickened around Aelaric, electricity sparking between them as Lira struggled against the magnetic pull of the well. The water's glow intensified, swirling with an ancient magic that seemed to grasp at her very essence. He felt her slipping, caught in the quiet storm of destiny, and in that moment he recognized that this was his choice, a path carved not just by duty, but by a deep unyielding bond that had blossomed against the odds. The very chamber vibrated with unspoken words, each heartbeat echoing against the stone walls. Aelaric's pulse quickened, a visceral reminder of the urgency that swirled in the air around them. He could feel the tension pulling at his core, an invisible thread linking his heart to Lira's. He was aware of her every subtle shift, every fleeting moment of doubt mirrored in her expression. With a tightness in his chest, he pushed forward, uncertainty racing alongside the burning need to act. The delicate line between courage and folly blurred before him. Could he break this spell, defy the inevitable? As the magical pull tightened its grip on Lira, the instinct to save her flared within him, sharper than the edge of his sword. The memories flooded back, moments of laughter shared, of light illuminating the dim corners of their pasts. He could see her there, a bright spark in his life, standing tall amidst the shadows of expectations. Lira's laughter, like a gentle summer breeze, had once soothed his spirit. He had to capture that warmth, channel it into the shimmering water before them. Aelaric stepped closer to the glistening edge of the well, heart hammering against his ribcage. The surface rippled, beckoning him, and he placed his palm against the cool water. The sensation raced through him, sending tingles up his arm as if the well itself recognized his resolve. He drew a deep breath, allowing himself to slip into the vivid memory of Lira's laughter, a rich, intoxicating sound that resonated within his soul. It was a balm for his anxieties, a flicker of joy that sparked hope in even the darkest corners of his heart. The laughter that warmed him on long cold nights, the laughter that had woven them together through shared challenges and whispered dreams. Closing his eyes, he let the memory guide him. As he focused, the water pulsed beneath his hand, an electric thrum that escalated with each beat of his heart. The glow grew brighter, responding to his emotions, drawing the essence of that cherished moment into its depths. The hues danced, shifting from a muted silver to a vivid cascade of colors, a celebration of their bond, a testament to the power of connection. As Aelaric released the memory into the well, a rush of energy surged outward, rippling through the air and filling the chamber with warmth. He felt Lira's tension ease, the ancient magic entwining them both beginning to unravel under the sheer force of their bond. Her expression softened, the sharp lines of her uncertainty dissolving into something resembling hope. The spell snapped like a brittle twig, and in that fragile moment the world around them shifted. The water danced and swirled, absorbing the gift he had poured into it, transforming the very essence of what bound Lira to her fate. As the colors blazed and the energy crackled in the air, Aelaric opened his eyes just in time to witness the magnificent change. The glow enveloped Lira, wrapping her in a gentle embrace that illuminated her features, washing away the fear that had once marred her face. A soft exhalation escaped her lips, an audible sign of relief as she found herself freed from the well's clutches. "I'm here," Aelaric breathed, feeling a lightness course through him born from the promise of renewed hope. They stood together in the newfound glow, a revitalizing light promising healing not just for them, but for the entire realm. The weight of what they had achieved hung in the air, mingling with the soft whispers of magic now moving through the chamber, and for the first time, Aelaric felt that their destinies were theirs to shape. Chapter 18: Ripples of Change. As the first glimmer of dawn danced across the horizon, Aelaric Wrenhaven stood at the edge of his once forlorn realm, where the air buzzed with an energy that felt almost electric. Before him the barren fields stirred, as shimmering waves of magic surged, coaxing life back from the clutches of despair. It was as if the very earth were taking a deep breath, preparing to exhale a story of revival woven with laughter and light. He watched, entranced, as a cascade of colors unfurled before him like the opening of a grand curtain. With every ripple, the gray earth transformed, tendrils of vibrant green broke through the surface, and the air sweetened with the scent of blossoming flowers that hadn't graced this desolate land for years. Trees that had stood skeletal and barren began to sprout lush leaves that shimmered in hues of emerald and jade, as if newly gifted with life's joy. Beside him, Lira Nightshade observed the metamorphosis with a mix of skepticism and awe. The sunlight caught in her braided dark hair, casting strands of warmth against her otherwise stoic demeanor. She stood rooted near the edge of her village, once deemed cursed, but now on the cusp of renewal. "Do you believe it?" she murmured, her voice both sharp and wonderstruck. "Can this really last?" "It must," Aelaric replied, his blue eyes reflecting a fierce determination. "We cannot afford to let this be another fleeting illusion." His gaze remained locked on the landscape that had once echoed with whispers of sorrow. Here, amidst the vibrant reawakening, he felt an invigorating mix of hope and responsibility settle within him. The shadows of his family's expectations loomed over him, yet as life surged back into every corner, he dared to believe in a brighter future. As the green crept across the land, laughter emerged from the villagers who had begun to gather, timid at first but growing bolder as life flowed back into their village. Lira caught glimpses of familiar faces transforming with joy. Her heart ached at the sight of children running through fields, their laughter harmonizing with the chirps of returning birds. It felt unreal, the vibrant resurgence that danced at the edges of her perception. Then Aelaric turned to her, their eyes meeting, a moment fraught with unspoken understanding. "Together we can lead them," he said, his voice thick with purpose. Lira noticed the way he squared his shoulders, embodying the restless energy of youth combined with a serious undertone. There was kindness in his gaze, a promise that ignited something deep within her, maybe even a flicker of hope. "Lead them to what, Aelaric? A return to how things were? Or something new?" Her question hovered between them, heavy and necessary. Yet even as she spoke, she felt the tide of magic swirl around her, embracing her with its intoxicating warmth. "Something new," he replied, the corners of his mouth quirking upward. "Something that no longer lets despair linger." His words washed over her like the waves of magic flooding the fields, challenging her skepticism, planting the seeds of belief in fertile soil. The air sparkled, as if shared laughter woven through the ethereal mist surrounding them. Each blade of grass and worn stone glistened with energy, basking in the aftermath of transformation. A deep hum of magic coursed through the landscape, rejuvenating not just the land, but also the hearts of those brave enough to embrace the revival. Behind them, the villagers crowded the remnants of the old paths, eyes wide with astonishment as life surged back into their home. "Look! Look!" cried a small girl, her eyes alight with wonder as she pointed to a wisteria vine spiraling up a stone wall, flowering in a display that dripped with lavender. As murmurs of disbelief morphed into bursts of joyous laughter, a symphony of rebirth played out, a melody richer than any they had heard in years. "It's beautiful," Lira whispered, not entirely ready to surrender to the enchanting spectacle before her. Yet in that moment she felt Aelaric's hand brush against hers, a gentle spark that made her pulse quicken, mingling hope with something unnameable and thrilling. "Yes," Aelaric breathed, gaze unwavering as they took in the magic of the moment together. "It is." Together, they witnessed the blooming of the landscape, and with every wave of magic that swept through, it felt as though they were turning the page to a new chapter, one that bore the promise of something richer, more meaningful, and undeniably alive. In the heart of an ancient clearing, beneath the twisted branches of gnarled trees that seemed to weave a web of entrapment, Lord Gavric Ravenshadow stood. The once unstoppable Shadow Lord, now visibly diminished and draped in disarray, felt the weight of countless gazes settle upon him, each one an accusation, an echo of the failure that hung thick in the air. His garments, once elaborate and finely tailored to suit the noble bearing of a lord, now hung loosely around his frame. The deep blues and blacks that had marked him as an aristocrat were now mere reminders of his crumbled status. Gavric's dark hair, streaked with silver, flared with the chaos of the moment, and his calculating eyes, so often sharp and piercing, now flitted nervously between the gathered crowd. "You have betrayed us," a voice rang out, cutting through the thick tension like a sword. It belonged to a resolute woman in the front of the crowd, her fists clenched at her sides, trembling not from fear but from a fierce, unyielding anger. "Your reign ends here, Gavric." As if the sound of that defiant proclamation had summoned the storm, a chorus of shouts erupted from the townsfolk, swelling into a tide of accusatory words that crashed upon him. Each syllable was a stone hurled with the strength of shared suffering and indignation. Gavric could feel the piercing sting of their disdain, and his heart raced in tandem with the murmurs of unrest that transformed the air around him. "Your time is over," another voice shouted, resolute and unwavering. Bystanders closed in, bolstered by anger and desperation, stepping forward with an authority that he no longer possessed. They approached like a flood, determined to hold him accountable for the wounds he had inflicted upon their lives, for the promises he had broken like fragile threads. As they seized his arms with unexpected force, Gavric felt a rush of panic bloom in his chest. His mind raced through the multitude of schemes that had once defined him, strategies that now felt like the jumbled remains of a lost battle. "You don't understand," he implored, voice unsteady and strained, as if begging for mercy from those he had sought to control. "I had a plan, Enough of your lies," a burly man shouted, his face twisted with anger, yet beneath it lay a depth of pain that Gavric recognized all too well. It was a pain he had wrought. "You've failed us too many times." In that moment of vulnerability, Gavric felt something inside him crack. His carefully constructed facade shattered like brittle glass, revealing the desperation and cunning that lay beneath. He was no longer the manipulator of destinies, but merely a man caught in the snares of his own making. The guards tightened their grip on his arms, leading him forward to an improvised tribunal, a circle formed by the determined townsfolk standing as jury and judge. The clearing had turned into a courtroom, the ancient trees surrounding them bearing witness to the unfolding drama. The atmosphere buzzed with electric energy, anticipation crackling in the air, as the crowd quieted, a shared determination solidifying their resolve. Gavric felt the eyes of the townsfolk on him, each glare an indictment that seeped through the pretense he had worn like armor for too long. As they organized themselves into a unified front, voices rose in harmony against the backdrop of the clearing's stillness, their unified front a force against the crumbling remnants of his once powerful reign. "We demand justice," another voice echoed, and with it came the weight of collective spirit, those once small and unheard now ignited with purpose. The reality of his circumstances sunk deeper, each proclamation pulling him closer to the precipice of despair. The anticipation in the air solidified like stone, and within him panic flickered. He had taken what he wanted for too long, wading through shadows, cunningly pulling strings without regard for the lives affected. The reckoning had arrived, and it felt as though he were standing on the edge of a cliff, waiting to fall. "Your tyranny is at an end," the initial woman reiterated, her voice now reverberating with triumph. The clarity of her tone cut through him like a sharp blade, and his insides twisted with fear and regret. Gavric opened his mouth, desperate to plead for understanding, to rationalize his ambitions in a world that had turned against him, but the words dissolved on his tongue. Instead he simply stood, arms restrained by those he had once dismissed, as the cries for justice washed over him. The clarity of their resolve left no room for negotiation, for negotiation implied a power he no longer held. In the closing moments, the weight of his failures pressed against him like a suffocating shroud, leaving no doubt that his ambitions had indeed met their reckoning. He was trapped, isolated among the very people he had sought to manipulate, and in the silence that followed he understood what true defeat felt like. A storm of consequences finally returned to claim their due. At the edge of the renewed landscape, amidst the remnants of a crumbling stone archway that had once held secrets of the past, Ole Stonecroft stood with his eyes locked on Aelaric and Lira, a fervor igniting within him. The scent of magic lingered in the air, a tantalizing reminder of the transformation that had just unfolded, sparking a newfound commitment to use his knowledge for the realm's good. "I will use my knowledge for the good of the realm," he declared, his voice ringing clear with purpose that seemed to echo against the stone. The resolve in his words charged the atmosphere, matching the vibrancy that enveloped them, a harmony between the renewed land and their collective aspirations. He clenched his fists, adrenaline coursing through his veins as if every syllable called forth the depths of his arcane studies. Aelaric, standing tall with his confident bearing, regarded him with a mix of admiration and appreciation. "You have the power to shape the future, Ole," he said earnestly, the weight of their recent triumph pressing into his heart. "Let us ensure it is a future worth living in." Lira, whose eyes had once held skepticism, now sparkled with newfound possibilities. "We cannot simply heal the land and walk away," she asserted, the weight of her practical wisdom evident in her words. "We must nurture the connections that have been broken and build upon this foundation." Their shared resolve solidified like an oath binding them together, yet as Ole prepared to respond, a gentle wind rustled the leaves. It swirled around them, carrying with it a resonance of age-old wisdom, and from the glimmering haze stepped Lira Moonshadow, her presence commanding and serene. She moved like mist, her silver-white hair glinting as her layered fabrics shimmered softly. "This outcome is but one path among many," she spoke with measured grace, her tone enveloping them in warmth even as it prompted deeper reflection. "What you have achieved is remarkable, yet remember, choices bear consequences both profound and subtle." Ole's enthusiasm faltered for a moment, but Aelaric stepped forward, eager to understand the full meaning of her words. "Then we have the opportunity to make wise choices that align with our newfound strength," he asserted, the urgency of their mission propelling his convictions. "What do you see ahead, Lira?" She regarded them with an inscrutable gaze, eyes shimmering like distant stars, each holding a galaxy of stories. "Paths are ever winding," she replied cryptically yet kindly. "Your power lies not just in what you possess, but in how you choose to wield it. The world seeks balance, guardians of light and shadow, healers and scholars, warriors and artisans." As her words settled, Ole found himself inspired anew, feeling the possibilities weave around him like tendrils of magic. "So, we are bound together in this task," he said, "to forge a future where knowledge, magic and courage stand hand in hand." Lira nodded, her expression resolute. "We will heal the scars left behind, cultivate relationships, and advocate for those who have been forgotten. We will be the light that guides the way." With each word spoken, the air around them pulsed with newfound energy, reverberating with purpose that felt as potent as the magic that had sparked the landscape's revival. Lira smiled softly, a glimpse of warmth amidst her enigmatic presence. "Your intentions bear promise indeed. Remember, strength is not merely found in power but in understanding the heart of your choices. The moment hung heavily with significance, and as Ole, Aelaric and Lira exchanged determined glances, the gravity of their shared commitment formed an unbreakable bond. They understood, united by purpose, that their paths would be illuminated by wisdom, a guiding light against the darkness that loomed. They stood together, gazing out at the renewed world that awaited them. As the sun broke through the clouds, painting the sky in hues of gold, they felt the warmth of hope spread through their hearts. They would forge ahead, not just as allies but as stewards of a realm reborn, a new chapter full of untold possibilities. Chapter 19: A New Dawn for Wrenhaven. As the grand gates of Wrenhaven swung open, sunlight poured through, illuminating the cobblestone streets that shimmered with a magic all their own. Aelaric Wrenhaven stepped into his home, his heart racing with a blend of excitement and a touch of disbelief. The air was thick with the scent of fresh bread, blooming lilacs, and the unmistakable thrill of hope, wrapping around him like a warm embrace from the community he had always strived to protect. The streets unfurled before him like a vivid tapestry, painted with the energetic hues of flags fluttering proudly in the gentle breeze. Each banner told a story of resilience, of a duchy reborn from the ashes of struggle and decline. Aelaric could see the labor that had gone into restoring the weathered facades of the buildings, the intricate woodwork that adorned doors and windows sparkling in the sun. The combination of aged stone and revitalized beauty created a sense of nostalgia and promise, a reminder of the past intertwined with their brighter future. He turned to Lira, whose dark hair glimmered in the light, braided neatly yet practically for the journey. She walked beside him, her slender figure radiating a quiet confidence as she absorbed the surroundings. While Aelaric's youthful enthusiasm seemed to amplify the joy around them, Lira remained observant, her alert eyes darting from the familiar faces to the vibrant details that marked their arrival. "Are you ready for this?" he asked, his voice bubbling with energy, but tinged with the seriousness of their purpose. Lira shrugged, a faint smile breaking through her usually sharp demeanor. "Ready?" "Yes." "Overwhelmed?" "Definitely," she replied, glancing around at the townsfolk who paused in their daily routines to watch them. Each face reflected the warmth of gratitude and respect, as though their collective hope hung in the air like the lightness of spring itself. As they walked further into the heart of the city, the sound of laughter and cheers filled the air, harmonizing with the distant melody of street musicians playing a lively tune. Aelaric exchanged quick smiles with townsfolk who stepped forward, clapping him on the back or grasping his hands in earnest congratulations. A woman with kind eyes pulled him into a brief hug, whispering praises for his return. "Your journey was long, my lord," she said, her voice steady with emotion. "But we always knew you would come back to us. Wrenhaven needs you." Aelaric felt a surge of warmth at her words, igniting the embers of responsibility deep within him. He nodded, thanking her for her kindness, his thoughts drifting to the daunting tasks awaiting him. Beside him, Lira paused to admire a small stall where a vendor had freshly baked breads piled high, the aroma wafting through the air. "Bread?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "Just a taste," he grinned, leading her toward the vendor. With the exchange of a few coins, they were rewarded with warm rolls, their crusts crackling with life. As they took their first bites, the flavors burst in their mouths, a satisfying reminder of the comforts that lay in familiar places. "They make the best in all the realm," Aelaric proclaimed, tearing off another chunk. "I could get used to this again." Just then, a jubilant shout rang out from the crowd, breaking through their shared laughter. A group of children raced past them, their small faces alight with glee as they waved colorful ribbons in the air. They were reminders of innocence and joy, symbols of everything they fought for, the future of Wrenhaven. Feeling invigorated, Aelaric straightened his shoulders, glancing at Lira. "We can't lose sight of what matters, can we?" "No," she replied, her voice softening as she caught the energy swirling around them. "Not after everything we've been through." They walked on through the throngs of familiar faces and newly welcoming expressions, with townsfolk offering warm smiles and congratulatory nods as they strolled past. Each interaction strengthened their connection, weaving Aelaric deeper into the fabric of Wrenhaven's community. As they made their way to the bustling market square, the vibrant energy of the town pulsated like a heartbeat, merging with their own. Aelaric felt that pulse deepen. An unspoken understanding resonated within him, hinting at the challenges they would face together, yet he sensed that hope had been kindled. Finally, as they stood at the edge of the square with laughter echoing all around, Aelaric glanced up at the sky. A warm breeze swept through, carrying with it the promise of new beginnings. He breathed in deeply, embracing the fresh air filled with life, determined to make his family and community proud. This was Wrenhaven, a place reborn, a home once more, and he was ready to meet the challenge of leading them into an era of hope and prosperity. The courtyard of Wrenhaven hummed with life, the air thrumming with voices filled with joy and laughter, as families embraced their heroes. Colorful banners swayed overhead, casting playful shadows on the cobblestones below. Aelaric stepped forward, heart full as he searched for familiar faces, eager to reconnect with the family and the home that awaited him. His gaze landed on Lady Eloin, standing with an elegance that demanded attention. Dressed in deep blue, her attire reflecting the coastal heritage of Wrenhaven, she embodied both strength and grace. The moment their eyes met, a rush of emotion flickered between them, a blend of pride, relief, and a shared understanding of the journey they had traveled apart. Without hesitation she stepped forward, and in a heartbeat, Aelaric found himself enveloped in her embrace. Her arms were strong and reassuring, wrapping around him as though to shield him from the challenges he would soon face. Aelaric felt the warmth radiating from her, filling the spaces of uncertainty with comfort. "My son, I am so proud of you," she whispered, her voice low and filled with sincere admiration. Her eyes glistened with unspoken words as she pulled back to assess him, searching for signs of the boy she once knew and the man he had become. "Thank you, Eloin. It feels good to be home." Aelaric's voice wavered slightly, emotion thickening his throat. "So much has changed." "Indeed," she said, her expression becoming momentarily serious. "But so much remains the same. Your duties will be more demanding, but I trust in your strength." The two shared a knowing glance, their bond evident in the way their gazes lingered, a silent pact forged in understanding. Just as Aelaric began to process the weight of his sister's expectations, Sir Tristan Blackwood approached, a warm smile breaking the serious demeanor that had become his hallmark over the years. "Good to see you, my lord," he remarked, clasping Aelaric's shoulder in a firm yet encouraging grip. "I see the journey has sharpened both your resolve and your wisdom. Your time away has only made you stronger." "Thank you, Sir Tristan," Aelaric responded, appreciating the honor bestowed upon him in the knight's choice of words. "It was a challenge, but I believe we'll face even greater ones together." The knight nodded, his steel-gray hair glinting under the sunlight. "Remember that while the sword defends, it is your mind that leads. Let us forge the future carefully, ensuring we keep a steady hand on our past." Aelaric regarded him with gratitude, appreciating the way Sir Tristan had always been a steady presence amid uncertainty. "Your counsel has been invaluable, as always," he said, a smile emerging as he felt a flicker of confidence take root within him. Laughter erupted nearby, drawing their attention to a gathering of townsfolk celebrating their return. The court had become a tapestry of emotions, where joy was abundant, yet solemnity danced at the edges, waiting to be acknowledged. Lira, observing with a thoughtful expression, leaned closer to Aelaric. "Looks like the heart of Wrenhaven beats strong today," she noted, a rare softness in her voice. "You have much work ahead, but the warmth here can guide you." Aelaric followed her gaze and saw families reunited, dignitaries exchanging fond greetings. Moments of levity punctuated the air, a stark contrast to the challenges that awaited them. "Yes, it does," he replied, his heart swelling with both pride and the quiet urgency to protect this feeling. As the crowd began to swell around them, with faces lighting up with anticipation of change, Aelaric realized that this gathering signified much more than mere celebration. It represented hope, rebirth, and the foundation for unity that they had sought through the trials of their past. Lady Eloan's eyes met his once more, and in that shared glance, Aelaric understood the depth of familial love and expectations that accompanied his newfound role. He squared his shoulders, ready to embrace the weight, the joy, and the responsibilities that lay ahead. With Lira at his side, Aelaric stepped further into the heart of the jubilant crowd, a smile breaking across his face as he prepared to engage in the dance of politics and leadership that awaited him. The council chamber was a sunlit sanctuary, filled with the warm glow of midday light streaming through tall windows adorned with colorful stained glass. Aelaric Wrenhaven stood at the head of the oak table, his presence commanding yet approachable, as he surveyed the gathered advisors ready to carve out the future of their duchy. The walls were lined with rich tapestries that whispered tales of their lineage, while the scent of polished wood and fresh parchment mixed in the air, creating an atmosphere thick with possibility. As he took his place, he felt a mix of anticipation and trepidation course through him. The trusted advisors, an eclectic mix of noble families and skilled individuals, were seated around the table, their expressions reflecting a blend of curiosity and expectation. Their eyes were sharp, eager to witness how the young lord intended to lead them forward. "Welcome, everyone," Aelaric began, his voice steady and confident. "Thank you for gathering today to discuss the changes that lie ahead for Wrenhaven." He glanced briefly at Lira, seated beside him, her expression calm yet alert, ready to support him. The advisors leaned in, their attentiveness suggesting a willingness to listen. He opened with his first point, the promise of innovation, the potential that had been reignited within the duchy. "We've seen the magic of the well rejuvenate our home, and with that vitality comes an opportunity for us to reshape our governance. It is time we balance our rich traditions with the promise of innovation." A murmur swept through the room, varying responses ringing out. An advisor with silver streaks in his hair nodded, his brows furrowed. "Change must be handled delicately, my lord. Our customs are what have kept us stable for generations." "Of course," Aelaric responded, keeping his tone respectful. "But stability must also grow if we are to thrive. We can embrace tradition while adapting to new ideas." He gestured to Lira, inviting her to add her thoughts. With a quick smile, she rose slightly from her chair. "Many traditions have value, but others may hinder progress. We can improve our herbal trade and sustain our economy through better methods of farming and trading. Imagine working with the people to establish gardens and markets that foster community involvement and education." Her voice rang with authority, and the advisors nodded thoughtfully. "I like this," another advisor interjected. "Educating our youth about sustainable practices not only preserves our heritage, but ensures a future." Lira continued, "And what about collaborating with those who understand the arcane arts? My studies in forgotten magical practices could be essential in developing unique resources that further enhance our abilities. Aelaric felt a rush of energy, fueled by the constructive dialogue flowing between them. Precisely. What Lira suggests could place us on the cutting edge of not just trade, but also reputation. Imagine Wrenhaven becoming known as a place where the old ways meet new possibilities. The discussions unfolded like petals, revealing layer after layer of potential. As ideas were shared and refined, Aelaric began to sense the power of collaboration. Each voice around the table contributed valuable insight, weaving a network of innovation around the heart of their traditions. He caught Lira's eye several times throughout the conversation, her expressions shifting from thoughtful to passionate, encouraging him to further articulate their vision. "Let us not shy away from challenges," he asserted passionately. "Instead, let us invite them with courage and an open heart." As they moved toward final thoughts, Aelaric felt a sense of camaraderie settling in the room. The advisors, once hesitating, now appeared animated and engaged, their earlier skepticism giving way to burgeoning hope. "Together," he concluded, "we can create a future that honors our past while embracing our potential. Wrenhaven deserves nothing less." A round of supportive nods and murmurs filled the space, as Aelaric stepped back, allowing Lira to take center stage for a moment. "This will be an ongoing process," she added, her gaze steady and sincere. "But with each step we take, we build our community stronger, one that will look after its people and lead by example." The advisors began to gather their notes, energized by the deliberations. Their discussions branched into the next steps to establish these ideas in practice, and laughter broke out alongside an urgency to implement change. As the chamber filled with the vibrant echo of voices, an amalgamation of different opinions harmonizing together, Aelaric exchanged a glance with Lira, an unspoken promise passed between them. They were on the precipice of something wonderful, a vision intertwined with hope for Wrenhaven's future. In that sunlit chamber, they began to feel the dawn of a new era, not merely for themselves, but for every person in their beloved home. Chapter 20: Legacies Rewritten. The morning sun poured into the stone hall like liquid gold, illuminating every crevice of the newly renovated space. High arched windows framed the day's promise, casting gentle shadows on the polished wooden floors. Excited whispers filled the air, blending with the fragrance of herbs and flowers, as townsfolk meandered among the rows of desks and tables laid out with scrolls and jars of mysterious concoctions. Aelaric Wrenhaven stood at the center of it all, an embodiment of youthful ambition, ready to lead his community into a new era of healing and magic. Aelaric's piercing blue eyes scanned the hall, taking in every detail as local craftsmen busied themselves etching ancient symbols of magic into the walls. He approached one, an elderly man with a weathered face and nimble fingers, who was delicately painting intricate designs with a steady hand. "Are we in line with the old texts?" Aelaric asked, leaning in, his voice a blend of authority and enthusiasm. "Indeed, my lord," the craftsman replied, his eyes twinkling with pride as he continued to work. "The sigils will harness the energies of the earth and sea, perfect for a school of such repute." Aelaric grinned, his heart swelling with a mix of pride and responsibility. "Excellent. Make sure to add a touch of our coastal heritage. We must honor our roots." Meanwhile, Lira Nightshade flitted about the hall like a shadow, her long dark hair tied back in a practical braid. Her sharp eyes darted from shelf to shelf, assessing the arrangement of dried flowers and vials. Each item she placed told a story of its own, a blend of vibrant colors and muted tones, all speaking of the earth's quiet wonders. "Aelaric, I do hope you've left some space for the chamomile and lavender," she called, her tone half serious, half teasing. "Those will be essential for the healing students." "Oh, you know me, always thinking ahead," he shot back with a wink. "Though it seems you've taken full control of our decorative palette." His eyes gleamed as he watched her delicate hands work, arranging the herbs as if each placement was an art form unto itself. "Let's just say I prefer a dash of elegance amidst your enthusiasm for structure," she replied, lips curling into a smirk as she added a few final sprigs of dried lavender to a worktable. As the preparations continued, Ole Stonecroft stood nearby, engaging a small group of eager students. The tall scholar's angular form appeared almost statuesque against the colorful backdrop of the hall. He had donned his dark scholar's robe, the edges frayed yet dignified, as he prepared to demonstrate a simple herbal remedy. "Watch closely, old law and modern craft can blend seamlessly," he proclaimed, his gray eyes flashing as he mixed herbs into a small bowl. The students leaned in, captivated by the alchemist's precise movements and the knowledge he poured into each word. Aelaric stepped forward, enjoying the lively interaction. "If you pay attention, you might discover that magic is as much about understanding nature as it is about incantations." "Or about who has the best herbs," Lira chimed in with a mock-serious nod, to which a wave of laughter swept through the gathered crowd. "Don't worry, Lira," Aelaric teased. "I'll be sure to credit your superior herb-picking skills in the records. Perhaps we should create an honorary title for you." "A title won't help you win this argument, my lord," she shot back, a playful glimmer in her eyes. Their banter was interrupted by a loud crash from the back of the hall. A young apprentice, eager to impress, had spilled a potion all over a neatly arranged table. The room filled with surprised gasps, followed by a wave of laughter. "Goodness!" Ole exclaimed, trying to stifle a chuckle. "Careful, or the school will be filled with new scents." With good-natured reprimands, the trio moved to help clean up the mess, further binding the community in shared amusement. The atmosphere felt alive with hope and laughter, promising brighter days for Wrenhaven. "See," Aelaric remarked, his voice rising above the playful commotion, "we're not just rebuilding magic, we're building a future. One that involves creative spills and unexpected surprises." "Indeed," Lira added, her eyes shining. "Let's face it together, challenges and all. There's strength in our bond." As the day continued, filled with laughter and camaraderie, the trio felt a sense of purpose swell within them. The newly inaugurated School of Healing and Magical Arts was not merely a building, it represented their commitment to a future forged through collaboration, understanding, and the rekindling of the magic that had once made Wrenhaven a beacon of hope. The long oak table stood like a sturdy anchor in the makeshift meeting room, strewn with enchanted manuals, rosters of apprentices, and a handful of scrolls that unfurled with each breeze. Behind them, local healers gathered in earnest conversation, their voices rising in a medley of hopes and concerns that echoed through the stone walls. Aelaric Wrenhaven leaned over the table, brows furrowed in concentration, while Lira Nightshade sat beside him, her sharp eyes tracing the written words like an herbalist searching for a rare bloom. "This one looks promising," Aelaric declared, pointing at a roster filled with names of eager apprentices ready to learn the intricacies of healing. "The interest in our program is strong. Look at this. The numbers exceed our expectations." "Or maybe they're just hoping for free herbs," Lira quipped, her voice tinged with playful sarcasm. She lifted an eyebrow, scrutinizing the list. "How many of these apprentices can actually grind a potion without turning it into soup?" Aelaric chuckled, shaking his head. "Hey, it's not the soup we should worry about, it's the accidents with the transmutations. Those could really take a turn for the interesting." Their light-hearted banter was interrupted as a local healer, a stout woman named Maris, stepped forward. Her hands were calloused, a testament to years of labor in her craft, and her expression was one of both curiosity and apprehension. "Lord Aelaric, Miss Nightshade, we've heard great things about the school, but there are reservations," she began, glancing at the other members gathered. "Reservations?" Aelaric echoed, a slight furrow forming between his brows. "Please share your concerns." Maris exchanged glances with the others before continuing. "The blending of traditional healing with new practices is unsettling for some of us. We've spent years perfecting our methods. How do we know that the new approaches won't interfere with what we hold dear?" Aelaric nodded, absorbing her words. "That's a valid concern. But innovation often leads to improvement. We don't aim to replace your methods, rather to enhance them. Think of the benefits we could share." Lira leaned in, her voice calm and steady. "You're not losing your heritage. Instead, we will integrate our experiences. The goal is a synergistic approach, where both the old and new coexist. For every method you hold dear, we aim to complement it with our own discoveries." "But what if that doesn't work? What if it backfires?" a younger healer interjected, his brow knitted with worry. Aelaric glanced at Lira, a spark of determination in his eyes. "We will evaluate the practices thoroughly, and will learn from every outcome, successful or not. This school stands to make the community stronger. The past is rich with knowledge, we want to add to it, not erase it. Yes, let's not allow the fear of new ideas hinder our progress," Lira added, her tone laced with encouragement. "Change can be daunting, but it's essential for growth." A few heads nodded among the gathering, though murmurs still circulated, testing the air with lingering doubts. "Wouldn't it be beneficial if we hosted workshops?" Aelaric proposed suddenly. "Opportunities for everyone to learn from one another, to exchange ideas in real time rather than over rosters. Collaboration, after all, brings the best results." "Now you're thinking like a proper leader," Lira responded, a soft smile gracing her lips. "They'll see the value once they experience it firsthand." The dialogue swayed back and forth between the local healers and the two young leaders. Amid stern conversations, humor seeped through, reflecting the resilience of their spirit. As Lira recalled a past incident where Aelaric had spilled an entire batch of healing oil on his favorite cloak, the room erupted into laughter. "Honestly, Lira, that was just an unfortunate occurrence," Aelaric protested, a mock pout appearing on his face as laughter filled the room. "I wasn't attempting to set a trend for aromatic fashion. Regardless, it worked wonders for the flower shop you visited afterwards," she shot back, delighting in the moment, as chuckles turned into warmth that bridged their serious discussions. As the hours passed, the discussions culminated with a shared resolve. Aelaric turned towards Lira, noting her intent gaze, and in that moment of connection he felt a wave of gratitude for her unwavering support. "Thank you for being the voice of reason," he said softly, his tone shifting to sincerity amid the earlier levity. Lira smiled, a touch of warmth appearing in her typically guarded demeanor. "Together we'll make this work, Aelaric. Every obstacle we face will only strengthen our resolve." With renewed energy coursing through them, they concluded the meeting, their minds buzzing with ideas and plans. It felt like the first seeds of transformation had been planted, and their shared commitment illuminated the path ahead. The journey wound through the verdant countryside, where cobblestone paths kissed the earth, and blossoming wildflowers painted the landscape in strokes of color. Towering oak trees formed a gentle arch overhead, their leaves rustling in the soft evening breeze, carrying the scents of nature. As Aelaric Wrenhaven rode alongside Lira Nightshade, he couldn't help but marvel at the way the world around them transformed into a living canvas, breathing life into their excursion toward her restored village. "This place is beautiful," Aelaric remarked, his voice barely rising above the whisper of leaves. "I can see why you feel so deeply connected here." Lira smiled softly, the corners of her mouth curving upward as they rode side by side. "I spent many years dreaming of this village coming back to life. Each bloom, each mural, it all carries the spirit of our ancestors." As they rounded a bend, the village emerged before them like a long-forgotten melody, finally playing in harmony. Terracotta roofs lined the narrow lanes, where murals danced with color against weathered stone. The sound of laughter echoed, mingling with the sense of freshly baked bread that wafted through the air, filling Alaric's heart with warmth. "I must say, you certainly have a talent for creating beauty," he noted, admiring the village's restoration. "It's a collective effort," Lira replied, her gaze fixed on the streets she had missed so dearly. "Every friend, every family member contributed. This place isn't just my home, it's the soul of our community." They slowed their pace as they entered the village, allowing for the sounds and sights to fully envelop them. Lyra's expression softened as she spotted a group of old friends gathered around a stall filled with vibrant fruits and herbal remedies. "Ellen. Kale," she called, dismounting and racing toward them. The two turned, surprise giving way to joyous shouts as they enveloped her in embraces, laughter bubbling up as they caught up on lost time. "Look who's come back," Elaine exclaimed, stepping back to study her. "You've changed. Stronger somehow. And far more insistent on her herbal lessons," Aelaric added with a grin as he approached, heartened by the warmth of the reunion. "Ah. You must be the famous Lord Aelaric," Kale said, a playful smirk crossing his face. "I hope you know the trouble you're in, befriending our wildflower." "Trouble?" Aelaric echoed, feigning innocence. "I was under the impression it was all sunflowers and daisies." Lira rolled her eyes but couldn't hide her laughter, her heart lifting with the familiarity of the banter. "Don't let him fool you, he's a master at turning things into chaos," she shot back, her tone teasing yet fond. They continued their stroll through the village, Lira greeting old friends, sharing stories, and exuding a warmth that made the air around them feel electric. The deeper she ventured into the heart of her community, the more Aelaric observed how each interaction drew out fragments of her past, the connection and history creating a rich tapestry of life. As they paused by a stall bursting with fragrant herbs, Lira gathered a handful of fresh mint. "You know, this is one of my favorites," she mused, tucking the herbs into a small pouch. "It's good for many things, but I think it always brings back memories of family gatherings." Aelaric glanced at her thoughtfully, recognizing the emotion that lingered in her voice. "Tell me about them," he encouraged, hoping to draw her into the warmth of the moment. With a gentle sigh, Lira began sharing stories of laughter and life within her family, her eyes sparkling with a mix of nostalgia and joy. Aelaric listened intently, taking in her tales, as the vibrant atmosphere around them became a silent backdrop to her memories. "You're remarkable," he said quietly as she finished her thoughts, his gaze steady on her. "Your bond with this place shines through. It's a gift." Her cheeks flushed lightly at his words, warmth spreading through her as she looked away briefly, considering the depth of what he just said. "Thank you, Aelaric. It means a lot, more than you know." As they continued their journey, the days softened into dusk, a delicate embrace settling over the village. The crickets began their serenade, and the scent of spiced bread wafted through the air, inviting and homely. "There's something magical about this place," Aelaric said, taking a deep breath. not just in the herbs or the stories, but in the hearts of its people. Yes, Lira agreed, her tone reflective as she gazed into the horizon where the sun dipped beneath the rooftops. It's a reminder that rebuilding isn't only about structures, it's about rekindling spirit. With their connection deepening through shared stories, laughter, and the allure of Lira's village, they ventured onward, embracing the hopeful glow of a new beginning. Together, they found solace in the promise of tomorrow, a quiet understanding blossoming between them, a bond intertwined with the very essence of their roots. Chapter 21 – The Tapestry of Fate. At the apex of Wrenhaven's highest tower, Aelaric Wrenhaven leaned against the cool stone railing, his dark hair tousled by a playful breeze. Beside him, Lira Nightshade stood cloaked in earth tones that blended seamlessly with the dusky colors of the evening sky. Together, they gazed out over their realm, a tapestry of bustling streets and vibrant life, their hearts full with the memories of the challenges they had faced to arrive at this moment together. The sprawling city below them danced with the sounds of everyday life. Merchants called to potential customers, their voices mingling in a melody of commerce and community. Children played in the cobblestone squares, their laughter floating upwards like a gentle breeze, weaving through the tapestry of Wrenhaven. Aelaric could see the flicker of lanterns beginning to awaken as dusk settled, the soft light glinting off the waves of the nearby ocean, and he couldn't help but smile at the sight. "We have come far, haven't we?" Aelaric remarked, his voice laced with both awe and disbelief, the memories washing over him like waves on the shore. Lira turned to him, a teasing glint in her alert, observant eyes. "As if you've suddenly forgotten the days of running from the guards, or misplacing your sword during our adventures." "Foul indeed." Her words danced with mischief, and Aelaric couldn't help but chuckle. "Those were merely strategic retreats," he replied, a playful smirk adorning his lips, "and I was only testing the limits of their patience. Clearly it has worked out for the best." His voice softened, shifting towards earnestness as he continued, "But in all seriousness, every choice led us exactly here. It's hard to believe the times we struggled through. I had my doubts. And yet here we stand." Lira's voice held a gentleness that smoothed over any weight in the air. "Together, we are the product of those very struggles, Aelaric. What you feared only strengthened our bond. Remember the late nights you spent at the training yard, swiping at the air, as if you could cut your way through your family's expectations." She shot him a knowing look, her smile affectionate. Aelaric leaned back against the railing, the stone cool against his back. "That was not my finest hour," he admitted, laughter sparking in his eyes. "You know, those moments seem trivial now, but they felt monumental then. I thought I could never escape the shadow of my elder siblings." The wind caught her cloak, causing it to flutter momentarily before settling down. Well, they never would have dreamed that the youngest heir could carve a path through their expectations with the assistance of a wandering herbalist. "We did it together," she pointed out with a knowing smile. "Don't undervalue the power of alliances, Aelaric. Not every bond is as simple as familial ties." "Fair point." He let out a light-hearted laugh, the sound a buoyant melody in the evening air. "I remember our first encounter, how you eyed me as if I was the most ridiculous thing you'd ever encountered." He gestured animatedly, letting the moments of laughter surface in the tender thread of their memories. Lira crossed her arms, her demeanor adopting a teasing seriousness. "Well, you certainly were, a pompous noble claiming to have everything figured out." She feigned disbelief, her voice playful yet warm. "How quickly did you learn you needed help?" Aelaric chuckled, recalling the intensity of that day. "Your retorts were a wake-up call I never knew I needed. Who would have thought? that a journey would lead me to someone who could match me word for word. A journey that brought us victories and some well-earned scars," she added, her tone shifting to a more solemn note, as they acknowledged the weight of their experiences. "We've lost much, but we've also gained something irreplaceable, a sense of purpose." He nodded, feeling the truth in her words wash over him. The memory of their shared adventures seemed to paint the world below in bright hues. "I sometimes think of that night at the forest edge, when we fought the shadows together. The way you stood with such resolve. And you rushed in headfirst like a fool," she chimed, her laugh bubbling forth like a spark of light in a darker moment. "But in doing so you showed me your heart. Those instances when the stakes were at their highest. They remind me of who we've become." Aelaric's gaze fell upon the cityscape once more. "And who we are yet to be." He straightened, feeling pride swell within him. The realm they had fought to protect stretched far beneath them, resilient and alive. "The choices we've made will carve a future filled with hope. For our people." "For us too," Lira added, leaning slightly closer, her eyes catching the soft glow of the lanterns below. "Just as we face the darkness together, we will carry this light forward." As silence wrapped around them, the two shared a contented glance, both recognizing the profound connection they had forged through laughter, conflict, and compassion. They stood on the precipice of a new beginning, hand in hand, gazing over a world that was vast yet vibrant. The winds that caressed their forms felt like whispers of the future, urging them toward whatever awaited. After a moment, Lira broke the stillness. "Well, all this philosophizing aside, how about we finally head down before those flames of celebration catch our attention and lure us into another bout of mischief? I can already see Eloin at the feast, raising an eyebrow at our delay." "Always practical, aren't you?" Aelaric grinned. "Let's go then. Our realm awaits." With laughter ringing in the air, they turned together, spirits lightened by their conversation, ready to descend and embrace the new dawn that awaited them in Wrenhaven. As the gentle breeze swirled about them, a presence like a soft veil descended upon the tower, drawing Aelaric's attention away from the vibrant city. Emerging from the shadows near the parapet, Lira Moonshadow stepped into the dim light, her silver-white hair shimmering as if kissed by moonlight. There was an elegance to her movement, a quiet power that demanded respect, and Aelaric felt Lira shift beside him, the air thickening with anticipation. The atmosphere around them changed subtly, as if the world held its breath, granting Lira an almost ethereal quality. Her layers of deep blue and silver fabric rustled softly, rippling like waves in still water. It felt as though time itself paused to acknowledge her presence, and for a heartbeat nothing else mattered. "Your choices have set in motion a new age where magic and progress intertwine," Lira's voice resonated, clear and melodic, wrapping around them like a spell. The moment her words fell into the air, they seemed to shimmer, igniting thoughts that flickered like stars in Aelaric's mind. The young lord and the herbalist exchanged glances filled with meaning, silent understanding sparking between them. Aelaric felt the weight of Lira's proclamation pressing upon him, an affirmation of everything they had dared to accomplish. "You speak as if our journey is only beginning," he mused, a hint of hope tinging his words. "But how can we maintain this balance? The forces we face." Lira's eyes shone with a determination that matched the intensity of her spirit. "Together, we shall navigate whatever challenges lie ahead. Isn't that what brought us here in the first place?" She squeezed Aelaric's hand, a grounding connection amidst the magic of the moment. Lira's expression softened, the ancient wisdom in her gaze warming as she regarded the couple. "The magic within you both has only begun to unfurl. Cherish it, for you are more than leaders, you are a beacon of unity. Trust in each other, for you shall face both shadows and light." With a graceful nod, Ira stepped back slightly, allowing the words to settle between Aelaric and Lira. The promise echoed in their hearts, each pulse a reminder of the choices that brought them here. They turned toward one another, eyes locking, affirming an unspoken vow. "I vow to protect our realm and those we love," Aelaric declared, his voice steady, laced with conviction. "You have my unwavering support, Lira. And I too vow to stand by you always." Lyra's tone held a quiet strength, her presence a comforting force beside him. Together they embodied a balance, his youthful ambition matched by her unwavering resolve. Aelaric turned back toward Ira, gratitude swelling within him. "Your wisdom guides us. We will carry this message into the future." He felt the warmth of her approval wash over him, as if her magic wrapped around their budding purpose. Ira inclined her head, her silver hair shimmering with the slightest movement. "Go forth then. The choices you make shall ripple through time like ripples upon the surface of a pond. Do not shy away from your fate, for each step you take strengthens the bond that will unite the world." The clarity in her voice resonated with a power that echoed against the stones of the tower, imbuing the moment with a sense of sacredness. As she spoke, the wind carried her words softly, weaving through their thoughts as if marking a promise upon the tapestry of their journey. And as swiftly as she had appeared, Ira began to withdraw into the shadows once more, her presence leaving behind an air of quiet contemplation. A feeling of completeness settled around Aelaric and Lira, like a warm blanket, wrapping them in the assurance that they were not alone. They stood together, hand in hand, breathing in the faint traces of magic that lingered in the air. The city of Wrenhaven stretched below, glowing with life and the potential for tomorrow. The promise of a new age unfolded before them, brimming with opportunities and challenges alike, ready for Aelaric and Lira to embrace together. As the last remnants of Ira's presence faded into the night, Aelaric turned to Lira, a spark of excitement in his eyes. "Shall we?" Lira nodded, a smile blossoming upon her lips, bright and unwavering. "Onward to our future, my friend." Together, they stepped toward the winding staircase that would carry them back down to the vibrant heart of Wrenhaven, their hands linked and hearts aligned, ready to face whatever awaited them in the burgeoning dawn.